Welcome to America's Day of the Races. We are just 4 days away from Saturday's Run for the Roses as Churchill Downs gears up for a spectator-free Kentucky Derby. We'll show you who wound up wearing the starting gate. Speaking of which, a brand new Derby-designed gate will make its debut this afternoon. We'll show it to you. And, of course, all eyes on Belmont and Runhappy Travers winner Tiz the Law. We'll tell you why his job just got a little bit easier on Saturday. Great to be with you. All that and more coming up on this edition of America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Great to be with you on Kentucky Derby Week as we gear up for the 146th running of that premier race in this country. It's going to be a great weekend. Week ahead, Greg Wolf alongside one of the top race callers in the country out at Santa Anita and Monmouth Park, Frank Miramati. Good to have you on set.
What an honor to be here, and what a big week of racing. The start of this very special meet at Churchill Downs and the most famous race in the world. Quite a week coming up.
We're going to talk a lot about it. Obviously, that big showdown as well that we're looking forward to of Gamine and Swiss Skydiver in the Oaks, but there might be a third filly some are talking about as well. We'll get to that in a little bit. Churchill Downs, Finger Lakes, we're going to be bringing you on this Tuesday afternoon. That first from Churchill. It's coming up in just a couple of minutes here. We kick off the card. Condition $10,000 claiming race. 3/4 of a mile in the 6 furlong sprint. And Just Fly for Jason Barkley coming off a big win at Ellis here.
It was a very easy victory. A little bit of a step up in that the tag today is $10,000. I thought a very serious contender is a few stalls away with number 4, Proudly Fought, who has raced the last couple times on the turf, but a very seriously easy victory back at Ellis 3-back. The first start on turf was a good one, 1-for-1 over the track here at Churchill Downs. I think a very viable alternative to your favorite.
Yeah, you look at the last couple of starts. We're talking about the 4 here, Proudly Fought. Last 2 times on dirt, a winner, and that was including a win at Churchill where he broke his maiden. We're going to see him in our screen. There he is, 2-1 on the board right now.
Martin Garcia aboard here.
Excuse me.
And last time out, a very disappointing performance, but that was a very tough field. So returning to reality here in a race for fillies and mares that have not won 3 races, and she fits very well. And the fans have backed her to a stone-cold 2-1 as the clear-cut second choice.
And she, especially in her dirt races, maybe even more so, has shown pace. The favorite on the inside looks like she's quick as well. So if those two do battle, who do you think maybe benefits the most from off the pace?
Well, I always you're talking about if those two run each other into the ground. I'm hoping that Proudly Fought can simply be too strong throughout. I'm really looking at her and her only myself.
Okay, 2-1 on the board. Again, back-to-back wins on dirt. Churchill and Ellis, her last 2 dirt starts. Second choice. The favorite, though, Just Fly. Down on the inside, we talked about that starting gate, too. We're going to see it in race 2. Brand new starting gate that no longer has to deal with that auxiliary gate and that space in between. And as a result, too, that rail, you're a little bit further out, so it helps the rail runners. And it helps horses in the outside, too, not being as far to that outer rail. It's
something that Churchill Downs has done a great job putting together. And we've actually seen 1.25 mile maiden races in the past under the Twin Spires, but this one has a little special feel to it with the test of the gate.
So that'll be coming up in the next race, our first look at it as they try it out for the first time in a little trial run for Saturday. But here it's Just Fly from the rail. Miguel Mena, Jason Barkley coming off that non-winners at 2 lifetime win at Ellis. From the inside post, the favorite, but the 4 Proudly Fought could be tough in here as well. Travis Stone with the call to kick off this Tuesday action here on America's Day at the Races. Here we go.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Just Fly for that inside post breaks well. Proudly Fought is also there. Little Miss Hot Mess is hustled up in between, up to be second. Proudly Fought is back into third. She Wants More comes away fourth, well in the clear. All Fact over to the inside, fifth with 5 furlongs to go. And War Ballad settles in at the back of the pack, 8 lengths off the leaders, 4.5 furlongs to go. And Just Fly to catch. Just Flies in front with 4 furlongs left, leads by a length. Little Miss Hot Mess on the chase. Hard chase from second. Proudly Fought 3 wide racing third. 2.5 lengths back to All Fact, saving ground up into fourth now. She Wants More's back into fifth, and at the back is War Ballad. Round the far turn, 21-4 was the opening quarter. Just Fly trying to get away from Little Miss Hot Mess. Proudly fought, 3 wide off the turn. All Fact cut the corner nicely. 4th and gaining ground toward the rail. They're off the turn, and it's Just Fly with a 5-length lead and 1 furlong to go. Now 6, now 7, now 8. Just Fly finishing full of run through the stretch. All Fact is up into 2nd. Little Miss Hot Mess is 3rd, but down to the wire. Just Fly from start to finish. Wins by 9 in the end. All Fact up for 2nd. Little Miss Hot Mess was 3rd. Proudly Fought was 4th, and they went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That was incredibly dominant from Just Fly. Rest of the field, another zip code back.
And she just completely outclassed the competition. Got a nice little momentum builder with that victory at Ellis last time. Proudly Fought was not even able to keep within a couple of lengths of her down the backstretch, and she waved goodbye. Drew off with authority, and that was a real nice performance out of the Rail Filly Just Fly by Justin Phillip, 1 for fun.
Wow, for trainer Jason Barkley, big start to the meet. So that kicks off Kentucky Derby week at Churchill Downs with an impressive performance from that filly. Big one. For so long, we've been looking forward to this showdown between Tiz the Law and Art Collector in the 146th running of the Kentucky Derby. It will not happen now. It will be pushed. Likely until the Preakness, because Art Collector going to pass on this race. We'll get to that in just a moment, but let's start with the big horse, your Belmont Stakes winner, your Runhappy Travers winner, Tiz the Law, who's just been sensational in his 3-year-old campaign.
He's been amazing. He's got 1 blemish on his record, and he's looking to right that one under the Twin Spires. It was in the Kentucky Jockey Club, but look at him just putting away the field in the Runhappy Travers, a beautiful son of Constitution who has won with consummate ease. He's getting better. The question of 1.25 miles has already been answered emphatically. There are no chinks in the armor. This horse is an absolute superstar, and he has that great tactical speed to put him into the race. So it's just a matter of him doing what he does this Saturday.
And I want to get your thoughts on this. So it seems that whenever Manny Frank, if there's more, that this horse has more to give, too. It doesn't seem like by any stretch they went to the bottom of the well here.
Well, he was just sitting there putting the brakes on in the final furlong last time out, and he has done that even in the Belmont. He was so dominant at the top of the stretch in the Belmont Stakes, and then in the Travers, he made such short work of the competition that Manny saved something for this first Saturday. As a racing fan, I would have loved to see him turn it on that final 16th of a mile, but they've got the goal, and you want to preserve a horse who is a very smart horse, knows what he's doing, knows what he has, and it's just such a tremendous story for the Saratoga stable and for the New York bred program. They start with an advantage, and he has a clear-cut one going into Saturday.
Yes, he does. As you mentioned, they know what they have. That win at 1.25 miles, not often in the history of this race has a horse gone in trying that 1.25 miles, already proven at it. And that's where you can find out, by the way, more information on New York breds who, with this Kentucky Derby, look, New York breds have been winning at the highest level, not only all across the U.S., but internationally for a long time. But now a horse going into the Kentucky Derby as a favorite, very different from the story with Funny Side with the New York bred.
And it's just so nice to see these same people come back, the Saratoga stable and Barkley Tag. Jack Knowlton, of course, the head honcho. They had the school buses back in the day of Funny Side. I actually had the privilege of meeting them on that road to the Derby when I worked in publicity at the fairgrounds, and just a warm group. And to see this rebirth once again 17 years later is just absolutely remarkable. There are a lot of feel-good stories in the world. We don't often get them in this fashion, and you can't help but root for these guys.
It's incredible. They have a small budget in terms of this sport, and to strike lightning twice with 2 horses like this, just incredible New York bred. So well done, and what a great story, Jack Knowlton and Saratoga stable. Meanwhile, the big showdown that everyone was looking forward to in this race with Art Collector, who looked like his prime opposition in this race, now is going to be punted down the road, likely to the 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown. Art Collector now taken out of the Derby due to a minor foot issue, according to his trainer, Tom Drury. Nicked the bulb of his left front heel with his hind hoof when he was galloping just the other day. Probably would have been fine. They want to take the cautious approach, as good as this horse is, and go down the line and line up at the Preakness.
They're doing the right thing, which we all know, but It just reminds you once again how difficult it is, Greg, that a lot of people talk about the luck necessary in addition to the talent of the horses, and this is just one of those bad luck situations at the wrong time. Everything has to go right for you to be successful in the Kentucky Derby and all big stakes races, and this is just a big setback for the Connections. Heartbreaking, of course, but that's what makes it the toughest game in the world. And, you know, now they've focused on the Preakness Stakes coming up, which is a little further down the road, and hopefully he'll be healthy. And maybe it's a blessing in disguise because Tiz the Law is going to be tough to overhaul.
Yes, and we could very well be, stakes could be even bigger there. Could be a chance to deny a Triple Crown should we get to that point. That's a fun thing to do.
There's nothing quite like being the spoiler. And in this year, of course, it's going to be in the Preakness.
Let's take a look at the rest of the today's action we have coming up for you on the program. We're one race in at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby week. Our action here, what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Races 2 through 9 still coming up at Churchill, including that Champions Day Marathon overnight that includes last year's Belmont Stakes winner Sir Winston in action. Fast main track, good turf, and Finger Lakes races 1 through 8 all coming up on the program. Let's set the stage here for the opener. Allowance race, non-winners at 2 lifetime, going 5.5 furlongs in this spot coming up. And this is a look at the morning line favorite, Shandalamo for Chris Englehart.
Second on the return to the racing wars and a shortening up in distance to 5.5 last time out. Was a clear-cut 5-2 second choice that day.
Clifton Punch, speed from that second slot for Bruce Anderson went by, and here's the 4 we're up to. Ouch, that hurt. Off since August of last year, and out on the outside, Miss Circular Gal, maiden win in the debut.
Very tough to repeat after a maiden win. We learn that every day, but it was a very game performance for this daughter of Mission Impassable on the outside. Ouch, that hurt. Coming off that long layoff, has been very consistent in her 5-race career, yet to finish off the board. In fact, her last race was the first time she had been worse than second.
Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bet. You get a limited time offer, free $25 free play immediately after sign up, plus up to a $200 deposit match when you use the promo code DERBY25. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Download the app or go to nairabets.com to get involved, to get you all set for 146th running of the Kentucky Derby. Don't wait till Saturday. Get signed up, started now, load up that account, and be ready to roll for Oaks Friday and Derby Day on Saturday afternoon. As we get a look at the 4 right there, that's the layoff filly right there for Paul Barrow. We'll get back to that opener at Finger Lakes coming up. What a performance in the debut at Churchill. Just fly. She was flying down the stretch.
Back-to-back devastating victories. Congratulations to Lonnie Coles and trainer Jason Barkley, who is a partner in the ownership of this daughter of Justin Phillip out of a Mr. Greeley mare, now 3 for 11. And would imagine you would see a raise in claiming tag the next time she puts her heels on the track.
Yeah, no question after that performance. 3 for 11 now, lifetime.
Ali Sheba lookalike silks.
Ah, nice call. So, formful start to the card here on Derby week. Many think it's going to be a formful Derby, at least on top.
It's hard to, take any kind of stand against him. I've been an Honor AP fan from the beginning, and having had the privilege of seeing him up close, he's going to have to step up his game in order to turn away Tiz the Law.
Oh, you think he could turn it around, though?
He's a very, very nice horse. Very athletic and pointing to this race. And I think he's going to run a huge race on Saturday.
Second at Churchill, it's a maiden special weight. It is at 1.25 miles, and this is going to be the race where we get to see that brand new design Kentucky Derby starting gate. Gone is the auxiliary gate between post 14 and 15. And again, it helps that horse down on the inside of the rail come out a little bit further away from the rail. And I know Bob Baffert would have loved to see this gate back when Looking at Lucky was lined up.
That was not a pleasant experience for Looking at Lucky, who did not have any luck whatsoever with that post position, but Looking at Lucky owes him nothing and has certainly turned into a nice stud as well. So he was a very, very talented racehorse, and it's nice to see his progeny performing accordingly.
Well, here at Finger Lakes, all right, so we had an even money favorite get the job done at Churchill. Here, Shandalamo, coming off that layoff, hadn't raced since January 20th, returns July 29th at Finger Lakes. a repeat of that effort, you think, good enough to win this race?
Certainly a strong contender in here. The filly right next door, I kind of liked her appearance on the track. My initial thought was to look at the 4 off the comeback, but I did like the look of number 2, Clifton Punch, making her third start. She did blow a clear lead last time out. Really no excuse that day. Aired in her debut, came back after the layoff, has shown speed. Speed is always dangerous, particularly at Finger Lakes, and she's going to try to take the initiative right from the start.
Is there anything to that, too? You look at her last race, and she gave up that clear lead. That was at 6 furlongs. She only has to go 5.5 today.
That helps, but I'm very skeptical when I see leads blown at the 8th ball to the tune of being in front by a length and a half to being drilled by almost 6. So she's going to have to get brave, and really her opportunity is going to be to try to clear immediately here and put the pedal to the metal.
Meanwhile, on the outside, it's Miss Circular Gal, daughter of Mission Impassable. And first time out, she got the win, better than 8-1 odds. She had a little bit of trouble out of the gate as well. She overcame that adversity as she was a little green braking. So we'll see if she takes a step forward here in start number 2.
That was a very good effort, and she draws a very cozy post on the outside today. But it is amazing how much you have to step up when the competition turns into previous winners.
We got about half the field loaded, and we had a filly go the wrong way, which they're trying to bring back to the starting gate here. Meanwhile, that even money favorite, Chandalamo, already loaded up and waiting a little extra long. It was a 4 in here. Ouch, that hurt. Who's been away from the races for just about a year. They caught up to her. She'll load back in now. And then the maiden winner at first asking. There's Miss Circular Gal of 5. We're set. Tony Kalo to kick off action at Finger Lakes in Farmington, New York.
Jeff LaRue's on the button, ready for the opener. And there they go, and it's a swift start for Ouch, That Hurt. Miss Circular Gal's up close. Here comes Clifton Punch, not that quickly away. Ouch, That Hurt trying to deny her the rail. Clifton Punch is punching on through. They are side by side. And Caustic Queen is third. Miss Circular Gal is 5 lengths off the lead. And she's about 3 lengths in front of Shadalamo at 1-2. 8 lengths to find heading into the turn. 3/8 to travel. Ouch, That Hurt. Strong on the comeback bid. Quicker than Clifton Punch, clearing away 2.5. And Caustic Queen is 5 off the lead. Shadalamo is now finding her stride, and here she comes. Shadalamo really closing ground up the inside. And at the back is Miss Circular Gal. Ouch, That Hurt, the one to come and catch. Shadalamo with a lot of momentum. She's into third, 4 lengths from the front. Ouch, That Hurt is running a huge race on the comeback bid. Clifton Punch is second. Shadalamo now trying to get off the inside. Nope, she's going to stay on the rail, a little even paced. It's Ouch, That Hurt, strong. Ouch, That Hurt, ready on return. A 6-length score. Shadalamo could only manage second. Clifton Punch third. Miss Circular Gal fourth.
Well, when she started the starting gate, she started to go the other way and walk away from it. Then they got her loaded up, and she was out of there like a rocket ship.
Just a very honest filly, once again performing at the high level. And I don't know what the delay was in her return. She took a year off, but she came back ready to rock and roll and fired and took control and really never looked back. Never in danger whatsoever. She was the quickest of the quick before the half-mile pole and finished it up.
Paul Barrow, Oscar Gomez team up. When we return, Max Player, new barn, looking to give that man right there the only thing missing on his Hall of Fame resume. A derby for Steve Asmussen. We'll be back.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratner and takes the lead.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
He's very athletic, very balanced. He's got all the right parts in all the right places. He's a very good mover on the end of the shank, and he's a great mover out in the field, so he's got all the parts. So when you pull him out of the stall, it's a wow.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of the AP Indy Mare Orate. He's got a lot of size, a lot of scope, beautifully balanced, and looks like a classic distance horse, much like we've seen with a lot of the Runhappies.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to be with you on this Tuesday afternoon as we kick off Kentucky Derby Week at Churchill Downs. Our program brought to you with a champion sprinter, Runhappy. Never lost in his career while sprinting. Did it all while racing medication-free. And his new home out there at Claiborne Farm and legendary stall number 1, where he stands for $25,000.
And he is the pride and joy of our dear friend Mattress Mac, who has put his money where his mouth is, promoting this stallion and promoting the drug-free element of his career and the brilliance that he showed. And we're looking forward to seeing his babies continue to be unveiled and his yearlings. I can say that the commercial campaign that we've seen, there are so many prominent people in the industry who have just lauded the look of these babies, and look forward to seeing winner after winner for the great Runhappy.
Kentucky Derby coming up Saturday. The horses are going to break from this brand new designed gate, specially made for the Kentucky Derby. There used to be that space between post 14 and 15. That no longer. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to get a chance to see this in action in race number 2. 65-foot gate designed for 20 horses. No more auxiliary gate, and that's a great thing.
It's what the horsemen wanted, and Churchill Downs delivered for them, and no excuses.
Weekend stake schedule. Saturday afternoon, Kentucky Derby Day, Turf Classic Grade 1, Derby City Distaff worth $500,000. Just a loaded lineup of action. You don't want to miss it, as Tiz the Law tries to keep that Triple Crown dream alive. And there it is. This starting gate is going to be very interesting to see in action in here. Starter Scott Jordan and his crew going to give it a trial run coming up, and right now 18 runners in this gate. And, you know, if there is less than 20 runners in a race, right now we have 18. The 19 moves out from the 1 hole, and then they'll move another out from the 20 spot, and then back and forth. That's kind of how they work it. But as for Tiz the Law, to the outside right now, post 17. As for Bob Baffert, renewed life for 1,000 words, who he said ever since he got away from Los Alamitos, he has completely changed as a racehorse. His color changed, his mind changed, and obviously his performance as well. This
was a solid effort, obviously, and a very surprising one. You don't see Baffert horses at that price, but all the money and attention was on Honor AP, who ran a puzzling race, we must say, in that particular spot. But that's what prep races are about, and that's the danger of taking short prices when that's not the ultimate goal. And I found that angle to actually be effective in maiden races leading up to big meets as well, where sometimes you get a race under their belt before the big day.
Meanwhile, Max Player used to be with Linda Rice, George Hall and company. They wanted this horse at the Derby. Steve Asmussen, of course, he's based there, so they move him to his barn. And we'll see if he can step up. He has chased Tiz the Law in the Belmont and the Runhappy Travers. Now he gets a third crack at the top dog in the division. Here's his new trainer on how he's doing over the surface.
Very happy with how he went over the racetrack. Three works over the surface. Most serious work last Monday. Moving well, very relaxed. Horse very moving, as I said, nicely. I think he's taken to the surface really well, and we're excited about how he's going to run on Saturday. He came into the barn from Linda Rice's in great shape, mentally and physically. The horse has got a very relaxed demeanor, rests well, eats well, very patient approach to training, and he moves really well. And she did a wonderful job with him, and hopefully him acclimating to the surface here at Churchill Downs can make a difference.
So different horse, but there's only one trainer who has beat Tiz the Law. That is Steve Amos, and he did that with Silver Prospector back in the 2-year-old campaign of the Kentucky Jockey Club. This horse has a lot of lengths to make up on Tiz the Law.
And Mr. Hall had actually mentioned that he felt this horse had done all he could do in New York, and this is the shot he wanted to take, and that's why people get in this game for the ultimate opportunity. And who better than Steve Asmussen, who has such a solid foundation with his young horses, and obviously he's very excited to pick up. And a horse that, no surprise to hear his quote that Linda Rice had this horse in tip-top shape. He fired every time he ran for her.
He's admitted it himself. Hall of Fame career. He's done just about everything in the sport, but he says the missing link on that resume, the Kentucky Derby.
When they stop him in the airport, they're not always asking about his hair. They're saying, have you won the Kentucky Derby, sir?
Best hair in the business, no question. Maiden special weight. Coming up in race number 2 at Churchill Downs. 1.25 miles where we get to test that brand new starting gate. And right now it's leading west. Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffleone favored.
Son of Distorted Humor, who made his presence felt at Churchill Downs on more than one occasion. He was a brilliant horse. Number 1 is Mulberry Street to kick off the post parade. I have to give you a pizza tout on Mulberry Street itself. Ruby Rosa, if you get a chance for a beautiful pizza here in New York. A horse going back from the turf to the main track. Actually ran pretty well in his route race here at 1 mile and 3/16.
I thought you were going to go old school me in the Mulberry Street back in L.A.
Kathy Moriarty, of course. Mulberry Street Pizza in Beverly Hills. Here's Good Juju. I wanted to mention the damn high heels and the connections. Anita Colley and her husband Jimmy, they of course campaigned On Fire Baby, whose sister is the dam of Good Juju.
Leading west, 9-5. Here's our favorite for Mike Maker.
Jack Loves Nova will be the next one in the post parade for Al Stahl. They debuted him for 30. He's got a decent sibling, and now they're going to take a shot going much further in a much, much more difficult position.
Speaking of Steve Asmussen, he will send out this 3-year-old son of Uncle Mo. Start number 3 coming in from Ellis in the mud.
I think this horse is going to improve dramatically today with the blinkers. He didn't run a jump last time out, and he was still only, quote-unquote, beaten 6.5.
Awakened at 4-1 with Rafael Bejarano.
Out of a family, a famous Phipps family of runners that includes producing Imagining a Millionaire on the Turf. So his surprising element is that his turf races weren't that great. He did run okay at Indiana, but last time a disappointment, but he should be able to handle the distance.
And decision maker on the outside for Buff Bradley, son of Court Vision, making his 9th career start. As we're 3 minutes away from the second race coming up. And there's a look at that brand new starting gate. Interior of these stalls, they're 1.5 inches wider. Good for the horses as well. The dividers, though, are narrower. And again, we get rid of that auxiliary. So no more compromised races. It was back in 2017 Classic Empire. He got walloped by a bunch of the horses who were coming out from that auxiliary gate and compromised his chances in the Kentucky Derby. He was the reigning 2-year-old champion.
Got to get some good luck to have that success on what is typically the first Saturday in May, and this year the first Saturday in September. You got to get some luck in there too. All the guys who have won it have mentioned the same thing over and over again, how fortunate they were to be able to get the given trip. And there have been some narrow defeats for those unlucky situations.
Here's a look at leading west. Our current favorite. This was on a sloppy racetrack back at Gulfstream.
And he's been second 4 times and knocking on the door. Went to the turf in his 2 most recent starts, but you know the concern is obvious here. He has taken aim a couple of times and just missed. But the other positive side of it is he has many in-the-money performances versus the rest of this field that really, there's not even one other horse that has finished second yet. So that's the positive side of leading west. I think the interesting horse here is number 5, Alleged. As we look at Awakened right now, a son of the monster stallion Curlin, who, again, as we just talked about, from this beautiful family of runners, and Daydreaming herself was a very talented individual. She earned almost $700,000.
That kind of pedigree. Curlin out of an AP Indy mare. You mentioned Daydreaming. Should love the 1.25 mile, you would think. 4-1 on the board right now.
No.
And by the way, back to that starting gate for just a minute. Bob Baffert has said he's going to give 1,000 Words and Authentic a close-up look, and they'll visit that starting gate before the Derby on Saturday.
I think Authentic was fortunate. He's a big, tall horse. I think that outside thing is good news for him. Now, it resulted in a loss for him at Santa Anita when he was on the outside, caught wide. But I just think a horse like that, to have a little bit of room to work with, is a good thing.
Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover. Horse attracting the most money late in the wagering in here, and that is the one Mulberry Street. Mulberry Street, Carlo Vaccarezza, Street Sense Colt, getting back on the dirt after trying the turf at Ellis last time out. The last time on the main track, it was here at Churchill by on 3/16 and hit the board, ran third.
He did. The horse who won that day was a horse named Amani's Eagle, who pretty much galloped on the front end. Amani's Eagle came back and was actually on the lead here at Saratoga in his next start until he ran into a beast by the name of Happy Saver, who just swooped by and annihilated the competition. He ended up being soundly defeated, but we've talked so many times about how difficult it is to face winners for the first time, and so therefore I won't hold that against Amani's Eagle. And I thought that Mulberry Street was running willingly throughout. This horse here continues to intrigue me.
Yeah, that's Alleged, 3-1. If you want to bet Alleged, the Market Mover, Mulberry Street, or anybody else in this race coming up. Twin Spires offering you $200 new player bonus. You can download the Twin Spires app or go to twinspires.com. Get signed up, started with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right away as we get set with Kentucky Derby week. Obviously going to be completely different atmosphere. We've seen it here at Saratoga. Without the fans are what makes this place one of the things so special, and without having a fan presence on track at Churchill Downs for a Derby, it's going to feel a little strange. But we're just lucky to be having the race.
It's very difficult to imagine, but I think of the tracks that I have been at without fans, this one here, Saratoga, was the most surprising to just look here, because any day of the week the place is packed and just so much energy and excitement. I feel bad for the fans who haven't had the opportunity to enjoy their passion. I've got a good buddy of mine that I've been friends with for 25 years. I met at Hialeah, and every year he would come to Saratoga during the summer just for like about 4 or 5 days, hang out, and it's just part of tradition. And those people have had that joy stolen from them during this pandemic, and it's very unfortunate.
And we're a little bit in the same boat, but I would imagine, too, like up at the booth, you probably – do you get to feed off that energy? Do you hear it that much, or is it not really an issue for you as a race caller?
To me, it's really you just when I'm in the booth, I'm just trying to pay attention to what's going on, and there are times when you could feel it for the big race, but it really hasn't changed my day-to-day activity too much.
Loading up here, first look at this brand new 65-foot, 20-horse gate that we'll see on Saturday for the Kentucky Derby. This is the test run for starter Scott Jordan and his gate crew. Our first look at it, leading west, the 3, the favorite. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awakened was squeezed back soon after the start. Mulberry Street for that inside post breaks well. Good Juju is also there. Alleged is up close, now tucks in behind. Decision Maker for that outside post races up to grab a forward spot too. They thunder past the Twin Spires for the first time. Mulberry Street down toward the rail. Here's Decision Maker on the outside. Good Juju between them. Decision Maker goes on with it now with 1 lap to go. Decision Maker over to the inside for that outside post to set the pace. Mulberry Street running along in second. And then it's Good Juju in third. Awakened comes away racing fourth. Alleged is down inside, covered up while fifth. At the back are leading west in the trailer Jack Loves Nova. The leader is Decision Maker. An opening quarter mile in 24 and 1/5 seconds, 6 furlongs to go. Decision Maker cruising on a 3-length lead, half mile, 48 and 3. The pace is not particularly fast. Mulberry Street is chasing back in second. Awaken moving up in the outside. A Good Juju there together, third and fourth. And then it's a Ledge still down inside, bottled up while fifth. Leading West is sixth and 6 lengths off the lead. Jack Loves Nova's in the clear for the run to the far turn. Decision Makers still in front by 3 with 4 furlongs to go. Mulberry Street picks up the chase. Awakened has made steady progress now, up to be third in the outside, 3 wide and moving up. Ledge is saving ground, fourth and toward the rail. Good Juju's under pressure, back in fifth. Leading West under pressure as well. Jack Loves Nova's tailed off to last. Round the far turn, here comes Awakened. Awakened comes looking for the lead at the quarter pole. Mulberry Street down inside. Decision Maker gives way. Ledge pops outside for the final 2 furlongs. Top of the stretch, Mulberry Street. Mulberry Street cut the corner off the turns in front. 1 furlong to go. But here comes Ledge on the outside. Awakened in between them is back into third. 16th pole, Mulberry Street trying to fend off Ledge. Ledge with all the momentum up for the lead, coming down for the wire, and it will be Ledge. The winner by a length and a half in the end. Mulberry Street was second, Awakened was third, tight fourth, leading West or Good Juju.
All-time winningest trainer in the history of Churchill Downs. Give him another. Steve Asmussen and his main man, Ricardo Santana Jr. with a Ledge.
What a beautiful ride from Ricardo Santana, tucking in, angling out, and just pouncing with the blinkers on. His last race was just such a gimme, and the distance just played right into his hand. He's beautifully bred by Uncle Mo out of Bernardini mare. The Bernardini mares are so popular. Uncle Mo's, of course, can do anything, and a Ledge powers home in the end. And another good performance from Mulberry Street in second. Nice effort, and just a picture-perfect ride.
5-1-6 finish, a Ledge in race number 2. We'll have the prices when we come back in this second one. Of course, we're going to talk a lot more about the big Friday, Saturday coming up. Friday afternoon, it's the big showdown. The 2 big fillies that everyone's been talking about all year long. There's some others, though, that you might want to think about in this group as well. But Gamine, been making a headline. She'll get just her second try at 2 turns. Meanwhile, Swiss Skydiver, brilliant in the Alabama, and a quick return for the Oaks. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races.
Welcome to the 2020 Keeneland September Yearling Sale. Though these are challenging times, they are indeed a time of great opportunity. This sale will showcase some extraordinary offerings, not the least of which is the first crop of Horse of the Year Gun Runner.
He's the Horse of the Year, and he's Gun Runner!
The Son of Candy Ride was a 6-time Grade 1 winner by a combined 30 lengths, with career earnings of over $15 million. We'll start the bidding.
New York breds are New York tough, like Tiz the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
Tiz the Law! He's going to win the Runhappy Travers!
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
Is a Breeders' Cup champ. And the bench has won the Del Mar Futurity. Too close to go. It is Practical Joke in the yellow. Preservation. And here she comes. Holiday with a front.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Back at Churchill Downs in the second, Allege. Steve Amos and Ricardo Santana Jr. Nice call here.
Thank you. He was the son of, he still is, in fact, the son of Uncle Mo out of the Bernardini mare Out for Revenge. Steve put the blinkers on him, got a little more real estate to work with, had enough tactical speed to stay close, and then he outfinished Mulberry Street, who certainly ran well in defeat. Awaken ends up finishing in third. Allege graduates in career start number 3 with Ricardo Santana Jr. on board.
There he is. Young man we talked about a lot at Saratoga, now over in Louisville. And that combination of him and the Hall of Famer Steve Amos, and they win a lot of races. So many talented 2-year-olds we saw him unveil here at the meet, Amos.
No question, and those two guys just teamed up for the last several years over at Oaklawn as well and just dominated the standings.
Race 3, so we move along, $30,000 maiden claiming event. And right now, Frosted Prayer, Ricardo Santana Jr. looking to go back-to-back.
And he's taking a big drop in class, trying to wake up. He's been dull in both of his starts thus far. He debuted at 5/8 at Churchill Downs, the maiden special weight, and then tried the turf. Neither of those performances were worthy of keeping him in the maiden special weight competition. Now he drops in and tries to get the money.
All right, we'll talk more on that field coming up in just a little bit. We're going to head out back to Finger Lakes. This bee he won't leave me alone.
Just don't bother him and he won't bother you.
All right, let's get out to Farmington, New York. Race 2. 5 minutes away.
He doesn't want to sting you.
Okay.
He just wants to irritate you a little bit.
Right.
Keep you on your toes.
I'm learning to become friends. Non-winners of 2 lifetime in this race coming up, 3/4 of a mile. And huge scratch in here of the 5 Terralucci. Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets. Take advantage of a $25 free play upon sign up and up to a $200 deposit match. Use that promo code DERBY25 to take advantage. Get you all set for Kentucky Derby Week. Go to NairaBets.com or download that Naira Bets app. We're going to kick off things with Lady Bountiful. Rodolfo Ignacio will be aboard for William Bartlett.
1 for 22 lifetime. Here's the 2. Ed S. Queen coming off a layoff, and a horse that has been soundly defeated in many of her starts.
I saw a layoff horse win the opener. How about here? This horse hasn't been on the racetrack since July of last year. Easy Banker, 3-5 favorite as we look at maybe a rainbow.
Easy Banker is going to be very tough to deny. Maybe a rainbow coming off a game win last time in career start number 7. Faces winners for the first time today.
And Medellin on the outside. Blinkers on. The equipment change here in pretty big drop in class as well.
4 next out winners out of that Finger Lakes race on July the 20th for Medellin. But the blinkers come on trying to wake her up. She did win at first asking at Aqueduct and then 2 very poor performances.
All right, 3 minutes to post, second at Finger Lakes. We'll get you back there momentarily. Let's talk a little Kentucky Oaks and the monster showdown between the 2 superstar 3-year-old fillies who have just been lighting it up on the racetrack all year long. Let's start with Gamine for Bob Baffert. This will be just her second try around 2 turns.
And her first one, she was all out, or at least it looked that way. Speech had taken dead aim on her, but she did turn her away when it mattered. Her most recent effort in the Grade 1 test, dominant performance. She has been nothing short of sensational throughout her career. Her first race was pretty much a paid workout in the afternoon at the Great Race Place. And now she's going to get the toughest test of her career.
Meanwhile, Swiss Skydiver, she's won 4 of her last 5 around 2 turns, including the Alabama at 1.25 miles. Now, Frank, 20 days from that race, she lines up turning back in the Oaks. How tough is that going to be?
Well, I don't know about it being tough because the way she did that in the Alabama, Tyler Gaffleon was just the perfect passenger hanging on to her. The interesting thing about Swiss Skydiver, she's been taking like a concert tour, going around the country, and now she has to come back to where it all began at Churchill Downs. I mean, she's been virtually everywhere to put in great performances, and I really want to hand it to Peter Callahan and Kenny McPeak for taking a shot in the Bluegrass Stakes against the boys. That was not an easy decision. For them it was, but sometimes when you do things like that, whether it's take on boys or try a new surface, and then you go back to what you do best, it doesn't work out. It obviously was no problem for her. She's a stone cold runner, and that's what she loves doing. And this is just such a great showdown, Greg.
It's been she is a throwback filly. You don't see them race as often as she has. Again, 20-day turnaround from the Alabama and 1.25 miles. Now going to line up at the Oaks again, which will be the toughest test of her life. But she just runs wherever she shows up. You know, Kenny McPeak said to Peter Callahan, too, we're back at Finger Lakes. He goes, I think we can get this filly for $50,000. Turns out they didn't even need 50. She went for $35,000. What a bargain.
It's just amazing. It goes to show you that sometimes it just takes a good eye and trust your instincts. And Kenny has done such a good job for so many years picking out young horses. It's not luck or coincidence anymore. Once they keep doing it for such a prolonged period of time, he's just got a gift in finding horses, and he did it again here with Swiss Skydiver. When she won the Santa Anita Oaks, that thing was over within 5 jumps. She just took command, and that was the end of it. And I wasn't sure she was going to the front. Mike Smith sent her there, and it was adios to the competition, including speech. It'll be interesting to see, you know, for a long shot thought, Donna Veloce. She is ultra talented. She looked like she was on her way to victory in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and then she had that gut-wrenching loss to Bast in the Starlet. But her other 2 performances were blowout victories, and she's coming in fresh. And Simon Callahan, outstanding horseman, will have her ready to fire. And I know this was the plan all along to get to the Kentucky Oaks, but she's coming in lightly raced and fresh. It'll be interesting to see if she can do it at 9 furlongs coming back 6 months later.
Yeah, it's going to be so much fun to watch. And everyone else in that race outside of the big 2, you would have to think are going to be overlooked in that spot. I watched that Gamine Speech race again. We covered that race actually on the air. And I don't know how Gamine dug in and held Speech off because it looked like she just had her measured.
It was over. Yeah, Speech was coming to scoop her right up. And Gamine found something right at the end. That's
so
what the great ones
before
do.
Before you say she can't handle 2 turns just yet. Well, that'll be fun. Meanwhile, loading up here at Finger Lakes for race number 2, 3-5 favorite. Frank, we saw the layoff horse win the opener here, and now another layoff horse, short price favorite.
Yeah, this is, we're not going to get too creative in trying to find an alternative to Easy Banker. If she's ready, it's over.
Chris Englehart went 13 straight years winning the training title here at Finger Lakes. He'll send out this filly off the long layoff, daughter of Central Banker.
You don't get more productive races than the one she exits. 3 wins, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. That accounts for 8 of the 9 that faced her last time out when she finished second. So an ultra-productive race. Again, the obvious and important question, where has she been off of that effort? And now she comes back for 7,500. So that's what this claiming game is all about. It's a little bit of a chess match. Is she worth the 7,500? She's being dangled out there today.
Looks, at least there she is, loading into the gate, the 3 filly. She showed some life in the morning. She had a bullet gate drill. That was on the Belmont training track. Quickest to 62 in the morning back in mid-June. We'll see what happens here in the return from post 3, Easy Banker. Odds on favorite here in the second at Finger Lakes. Tony Kalo with the call as the last moves in line here in Medellin.
Ready for the fillies and mares. And there they go. Maybe a Rainbow wins the start, quickly tackled by the long shot Ed's Queen. Easy Banker runs with the pace, guided into the clear. Lady Bountiful has the 4th position. Medellin is the last of 5. And up goes Easy Banker, striking the front early. She opens up 3 parts of a length. Ed's Queen from the inside. Maybe a Rainbow's on hold back to 3rd. Lady Bountiful a little less than 4.5 off the pace, and to her outside is Medellin, 5 to find. 22 4/5 the opening quarter for Easy Banker. Opening up, heading into the turn, a widening 2. Maybe a Rainbow second. Ed's Queen backs out of it. Lady Bountiful from her outside, and Medellin is the deepest on the track. They race to the quarter pole, and they're all following in the footsteps of Easy Banker. She gives them the slip, opening up 2.5. Maybe a Rainbow second. Then Lady Bountiful and Medellin. Ed's Queen's at the back, and it's Easy Banker pouring it on. She arrives at the 8th pole in complete command. Maybe a Rainbow is second. Lady Bountiful a distant 3rd. 16th to travel. And it's New York's Easy Banker in front. She wins going away from Maybe a Rainbow, Lady Bountiful, and Medellin fourth.
Ah, a little throwback race call there. Making you think of the old Easy Goer from back in the day. All we got to do is bet the layoff horse at Finger Lakes.
That was a nice win and a good call by Tony Kalo. A little shout out to Marshall Cassidy, who gave that call when he was trying to make his point at the end of the Triple Crown run, when Easy Goer protected his home court against Sunday Silence. He put in a little New York's, and understandably so, a big rivalry between those two tremendous racehorses.
Well, this is a big performance off the bench from Easy Banker, 4-year-old filly. Dominant in her return at a short price. Chris Englehart, John Davila Jr. When we return, how difficult is it to win this Triple Crown in this unprecedented year? Or instead of 3 races in 5 weeks, it's been contested over many months. Jack Knowlton of Saratoga will talk about it and what Tiz the Law is facing when we return.
This particular colt has a lot of stretch and scope about him. Looks like he'll have a lot of two-turn ability. Look forward to seeing how he's perceived at the next sale.
This is a beautiful filly by Runhappy. Gets over ground very well, very athletic, very smart, big eye. She's going to be one of the most athletic looking fillies at the sale. I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed when they look at her.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
As they come down for the finish, Halliday with a front-running score in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Swiss Skydiver is sailing home here in the Grade 1 Alabama. She's in front by 5. Gamine is a brilliant 3-year-old filly.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
20 side to the neck of Peace Roll. Empire Maker charging hard. A sustained rally for him on the far outside bleachers. Eye the Tiger. Brancusi is spent. Domestic dispute is in between horses. Scrimshaw is trotting. Awfully wild there on the outside. They're coming down to the final furlong. And the gutsy gelding Funny Side has a narrow lead. Bobby Frankel's Derby deal with Peace Rolls to his inside. Empire Maker is giving it all. Funny Side trying to pull off the upset here. 12-1 coming down to the line. And the gutsy gelding Funny Side has won the 129th Kentucky Derby.
Well, that was the first time most of us learned about the existence of Saratoga Stable with the New York bred Funny Side. He would go on to win the Preakness. Obviously, Tiz the Law coming into, well, kicking off this year's Triple Crown of the Belmont. Very different situation. As a heavy favorite, Funny Side was not that highly regarded coming into the Kentucky Derby, at least in that field.
Oh, certainly he was not, but I'm just hoping that Jack and the whole Saratoga stable haven't just been saying their whole time, all we needed was that Belmont, because they already have the Belmont this year. So now they need to win the rest of this Triple Crown, and they're going to have their opportunity.
With the horse that everybody's got to beat, and he's got the target on his back. Certainly, Tiz the Law. He's been the top dog in the division from the moment our calendar turned to January 1st. Very different situation than what we saw back in 2003 with Funny Side when he took the traditional route trying to complete the Triple Crown. That dream would end, of course, in the Belmont Stakes. So how is it different this year for Tiz the Law and this unprecedented, rewritten Triple Crown that started off with the leg that's usually run last at a different distance? Here's Jack Knowlton of Sakatoga Stable.
We've had discussions with people about, well, is it tougher to, win it in 5 weeks or is it tougher to win it in 4 or 5 months? And I think, if it were to happen, what Barkley has accomplished in keeping this horse at the top of his game, really going back to the end of January in the Holy Bull, you can take that all the way into October and win the kind of races that he's been in. I just think that would be unparalleled. Now, the challenge to keep a horse good this long and running with the kind of layoffs. I mean, we've had a 7-week layoff, 8-week layoff, 11 or 12-week layoff, 7-week layoff. I mean, that's pretty incredible to keep a horse at this level, sharp, and Barkley's been able to do it.
You really have to give Barkley Tagg, his team, Robin Smullen, exercise rider Heather Smullen, all the credit in the world for what they've done managing this horse, keeping him sound, and getting him to perform at his best and almost even better start by start.
And keep in mind, in his races during the Florida campaign, the Holy Bull, and then the Florida Derby, he would just kind of hold his head a little bit awkwardly, if I can use that word. Sorry to say it. But I just feel that there has been a true development in his running style and in his entire composure. This has been a work of art, and he is peaking, and he's just at the top of his game right now. What he did over here at Saratoga in the Runhappy Travers was just nothing short of spectacular, and it's very exciting to see this for some good people.
And credit to these connections for keeping Manny Franco on this horse. They had an opportunity after that defeat. We talked about Silver Prospector beat this horse, the only blemish in his career, when Manny Franco on a wet track at Churchill Downs got trapped on the fence in there. There was pressure to make a change. They stuck with Manny Franco. Manny Franco said he learned a lot and really grew from that race, and now he's blossomed and now an opportunity to have a Triple Crown.
Manny Franco is a tremendous rider, and so it would have been such a tragedy if he would have lost him out over that. But there is the pressure because there are higher profile names out there that were available and certainly seeking that opportunity. And Jack has proven that he is a very loyal guy, and he's done that in more than one way. But Manny has earned this opportunity, and he has flourished, and they have a partnership, horse and man. The two of them together, they know that they're on a mission, and it's just been a beautiful ride.
Well, coming on the track here for the third at Churchill, $30,000 maiden claiming race once again, 6.5 furlong sprint coming up. Our 4-5 favorite we'll see in a moment, Frosted Prayer, but here's the one Authoritarian. Helen Pitts, this is an English Channel first-time starter, 27-1, huge price on the board. Next up, we'll see Ultimate Irony, James Baker, son of Ironicus. Sean Bridgemahan rides, 15-1. And our favorite will follow, Frosted Prayer for Steve Asmussen.
Frosted Prayer is by Frosted out of a mare named Storm in a Prayer. That was a productive race that he exited last time out at Keeneland. A couple of winners, 2 seconds and 2/3 out of there. Here's the 4 Southern Will, a first-time starter, Twirling Candy, related to a horse named Jurgen, who ran in Southern California recently for John Sadler. The other sibling, 1 for 14.
Here's Cowardly Act, Anthony Quartarolo. Paco Lopez at 10-1.
Interesting long shot. This horse actually ran better than the running line looks on the grass last time out. And the Dam broke slow in her debut and then won her second start. Maybe that'll follow in the family footsteps.
Aggressive warm-up for Tom Amos's Two Worlds and blinkers going on. We may see speed from that one today. 14-1 on Smooth Music.
Smooth Music back really where he belongs. 2 starts ago, he was prominent until the top of the stretch. And here's number 8, Okuda. Okuda puts the blinkers on. A very necessary move, these blinkers. He has a little bit of an awkward move about him in the stretch during his races, but he also gets a nice softer spot this afternoon.
Get signed up, started with Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you a $200 New player bonus to bet the races today. Download the TwinSpires app. You can also visit twinspires.com. Again, that code GET200 to take advantage of your $200 new player bonus right away at sign up. So 4 minutes to post here in race number 3. We have a stakes race coming up next, Champions Day Marathon Overnight, presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, where we're going to see last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Sir Winston, back in action for Mark Casse. Welcome to America's Day at the Races, and those just joining us on Fox Sports San Diego and Prime Ticket. Great to have you with us on Kentucky Derby Week as we kick off action at Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. Greg Wolf alongside one of the great race callers in the country calls the action at Santa Anita and Monmouth. Frank Miramati, good to have you here as we get set for big Friday and Saturday coming up in Louisville.
Thank you for your kind words, and what an honor it is to be here covering this opening day action at Churchill Downs, as well as our coverage from Finger Lakes. Greg, you and I have worked together for a lot of years, and nice to be hanging out right here at the spot.
Absolutely. Here's a look at the current odds for this third here at Churchill. We have a 4-5 favorite in Frosted Prayer. Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen trying to get that first Derby win on his resume. He has Max Player just transferred to his barn, who will get a third crack at Tiz the Law coming up on Saturday. But, of course, he's got the horse to beat here with the 3.
Frosted Prayer taking a plunge in class. There were 2 winners that exited the race that he comes out of. They both aired it out in maiden special weight races over at Ellis Park. There is some concern that he really hasn't shown much of anything in his 2 starts, however. Let's be realistic. The horse we just seen was number 6, Two Worlds, a horse who was extremely slow out of the gate. Tom Amos puts the blinkers on. You had mentioned moments ago that he was also warming up aggressively. I think that was a smart move because he was as dull as it comes throughout that race. Then he was kind of a little in tight and not comfortable at the top of the stretch before at the end finally getting his gallop going. And so that horse is a big mystery. What can he do? They spent $50,000 for him back at OBS in April, so he has some ability. He has a good sibling in the name of Chill Factor. The Dam was a nice Winchell thoroughbred mare who graduated in her second start, debuted over at Churchill Downs, and then jogged at Fairgrounds in her second start against maiden special weight. So it's a good family, but he just didn't show a thing. Here's Okuda, a horse that I had the chance to call in his debut, Greg, a horse who showed good speed. That race right there in his debut would equate, in my opinion, to a solid opportunity against this group. But his last race, he was virtually eased. I'm just thinking he doesn't want any part of a mile. Maybe this softer company will help him. I'm going to touch briefly on number 1, Authoritarian by English Channel. They bought him for $9,000 out of a mare who won 2 of 6 starts, and she was actually pretty good. She was third in her debut to a future Grade 1 winner in Warren's Veneta, who's actually turned into a nice broodmare as well. Trained by Simon Callahan, was the Dam of Authoritarian. Won her 3rd start, came right back after her 3rd start victory, and won an allowance race at Del Mar. So she had a limited career, earned $100,000 in 6 starts. This guy went for just 9. He's a gelding, but he's realistically spotted at a huge number.
Yeah, meanwhile, there's a first-time starter, Southern Will, that just left the screen. Twirling Candy Colt for Dallas Stewart. 7-1 on the board, but certainly looks like intentions with the 6, with that equipment change, with that warm-up. They want to go to the front with this horse, and probably Okuda, you would think, to the outside. But you were talking about Okuda, the 8. It showed at least tactical speed in that debut.
No question.
What about cutting back and distance out of a mile? Could that dull that speed a little bit?
No, I don't think so, because he's got the blinkers on and he showed enough of it. And then in that race on the turf at Ellis, he was right there in the thick of it. I mean, he got a perfect trip. He just didn't have the punch in the stretch in career start number 2. He actually looked when they turned for home like the horse who could easily win that race, but he couldn't finish it up. So I think the distance became an issue. And then last time out, the horses that went on with it, Notary and Call Papa, put that field to shame. The 3rd place finisher in their Midnight Bourbon came back, and he was a distant 3rd. He was beaten over 10 lengths. He came back and won a maiden special weight at Ellis by 5 lengths. So Okuda was just probably gassed at that point, and they waved it off. You know, it's just kind of like a boxing match. Richard Steele came in, waved his arms, adjusted
Let's
his
call
bow
it.
tie and called it a day. Now he drops in for 30. This is a realistic spot for him. I think 6-1 is a fair price for him. I personally would have a hard time taking even money. Obviously, he's taking a huge drop in class, and he figures to improve. This is kind of like the, do it now time for Frosted Prayer. But I just think there are some interesting horses here at prices, including the 5 Cowardly Act. This is an angle, Greg, that I kind of like, not only today, but in general. Horses that debut on the turf and do absolutely nothing and then suddenly arrive at a realistic spot on the dirt. One might think that this horse just got a start under his belt. And at the end of that race, he was trying and running. It may not look that way in the running line, but he was trying a little bit at the end. I would think that he could outrun those big odds that he has, Cowardly Act. Very interesting race. I don't think it's as cut and dried as the tote board indicates.
Well, you see with that gold cap on, maybe there, that 3-horse about to move in, still favored. Frosted Prayer faced a horse who would win the Saratoga Special here in that debut at Saratoga. Jackie's Warrior, the ride of a lifetime, came back and went out of that race and lined up in that race also. That was a loaded group of 2-year-olds. So this is going to be incredibly softer company. But as you said, it's now or never for this horse.
I know. This is the time. And so people are understanding that he has faced so much better. If he could just read the racing form, he would probably gallop home. But they have to run the race, and there are some others here that might have some interesting angles.
Here's Travis Stone, race 3 from Churchill.
And they're off. Squeeze back was Cowardly Act. Slow start as well for 2 Worlds. Good start for Frosted Prayer, who comes on through to take the early lead. Smooth Music comes away well, second and outside. Southern Will comes on from between horses. Up to be third. Okuda's right there racing. Fourth, Authoritarian toward the inside is now fifth. Ultimate Irony is sixth. Cowardly Act is right in the thick of it, advancing up from seventh. And 2 Worlds is at the back in eighth. Tight pack as they chase Frosted Prayer to the far turn run. Frosted Prayer leads by a length with 4 furlongs to go. Smooth Music is on the chase in second. Now 2 lengths behind as Frosted Prayer builds a 2-length lead with 3 furlongs to go. Southern Will's pushed on for speed, third toward the inside. Then it's Okuda racing in fourth, 4 lengths back to 2 Worlds, who's now fifth. Coming for the top of the stretch, Frosted Prayer cruising on a 2-length lead with 2 furlongs to go. Southern Will's moved off the rail from second. Smooth Music is back in third. And then it's 2 Worlds in fourth. They're in the stretch, and Frosted Prayer with plenty left for the final quarter mile. Frosted Prayer has opened up to lead by 8 lengths, maybe a bit more than that with the 16th to go. And Frosted Prayer gallops down to the wire. Frosted Prayer cruise control onto the wire, wins by 9 lengths in the end. Good battle for second. It's too tight to tell there. 2 Worlds or Smooth Music. Southern Will fourth.
Didn't have the Grade 2 Saratoga Special winner in this race. Life a little bit easier. Now I'm wondering, look, it was a maiden 30 race, but are you thinking maybe we didn't want to lose this horse? Give him up for maiden 30.
I mean, he got a chance to go 46-4 by himself. This is where in-race wagering would be a beautiful thing. You could take 1-2, 1-5 on him after about 3 or 4 seconds when he establishes that early lead and just wave goodbye. He was far, far too strong. Very close photo for second there between the 7 Smooth Music and the 6 2 Worlds. And the 5 here at the start, you'll see, doesn't have the smoothest of beginnings here. Gets absolutely, well, it wasn't as bad as it looked first time out.
6 got crossed up as well.
Yeah, it wasn't pleasant for either one of those when Smooth Music broke quickly on the outside. But a 1-horse race, and Son of Frosted buries him.
Frosted, of course, one of the most jaw-dropping Met miles we've seen in a long, long time. Whitney winner as well at Saratoga.
And maybe best known for his work against American Pharoah in the Travers Stakes right over here. But certainly a brilliant colt Frosted was, and I know there's a lot of excitement about him as a stallion.
Even money. Frosted Prayer with a win for Steve Asmussen, Lackland Farm, Ricardo Santana Jr. When we come back, Bob Baffert just keeps on doing it. Looking to tie the Kentucky Derby record and get number 6. We'll be back. Stay with us. A lot more coming up on America's Day at the Races.
Practical Joke was all business. He won the hopeful
Practical Joke always showed a lot of ability. He showed a lot of heart, a lot of determination. Right from the first breeze, he identified himself as one of the best in his crop.
Practical Joke down to the wire, the Champagne.
Practical Joke took both the Hopeful and the Champagne Stakes, and he's a fast, tough, precocious 2-year-old, trained on, showed even better form at 3.
It is Practical Joke in the Allen Jerkins.
He's going to be a horse that no commercial breeder can leave off their list.
Sports look different this year, like Derby in the summer. While you're celebrating the fastest 2 minutes in sports at home, Twin Spires is your ticket to the Kentucky Derby. Bet on the Derby and do it all from your mobile device. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. The fun, fast, and easy way to bet on the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby. Download the app today.
Catalina Cruiser. He won 7 of 9 starts coast to coast with 6 triple-digit buyers and 5 dominating graded stakes wins, including a record in the Grade 2 True North Stakes. A son of leading 5th crop sire, Union Rags. A $370,000 yearling with an imposing physical and one of the best of his generation. There's only one Catalina Cruiser, now standing at Lane's End.
You're watching America's Best Racing on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks as we bring you live coverage from Churchill Downs on Kentucky Derby Week and from Finger Lakes in Farmington, New York. Back in race 3 at Churchill, Frosted Prayer getting away from Saratoga Special winner Jackie's Warrior and just dominant here in the huge drop in class.
He completely took command early on, and you can see behind him horses shifting about and almost in another zip code when it's all said and done. Frosted Prayer turns it on. Ricardo Santana Jr. teaming up for Steve Asmussen in back-to-back maiden races, and it was a tight photo for second that ends up going to number 7, Smooth Music, narrowly. There is an objection going on right now, and it is the 4th place finisher against the 2nd place finisher. I'm not sure if it's the incident at the start of the race, but there was certainly some crowding out of the gate, and I would imagine that's what the fans are looking at, stewards are looking at.
All right, we'll keep you posted on that. So, yeah, very unofficial right now, not involving your winner, though. 3, 7, 6, 4, that 2nd and 4th place finisher involved in that objection. We will keep you posted on the steward's decision. Back to the Kentucky Derby, and we talked at the beginning of this year, even for a man who's won 5 Kentucky Derbies, 2 Triple Crowns, Bob Baffert seemed just incredibly loaded this year with all the great horses that he had. A lot wound up going to the sidelines, but here he is back, and a couple of horses seem like, wow, they have just absolutely been revived, including Thousand Words, who had gone sour on him, but now back to life, and of course Authentic in the Haskell Impressive as well.
I mean, right here, as I was calling the race, I said he was just breezing through the stretch. He had shrugged off New York traffic, but what I witnessed here, and the fans did as well, is that he just pretty much went into an idle mode. He just, look at his stride. It's not like he was weakening or shifting about. He just kind of stopped and almost got nailed. The official margin of victory there was actually just a nose. And New York traffic was coming. Paco Lopez almost nailed him. And that was a very, very exciting conclusion. And I actually said on the Super Pod that I just did with Peter Thomas Fornatal and company that I felt like Authentic deserved to win that race in a photo. Maybe a head, not a nose. But it was not a resounding victory. He didn't draw off and continue that momentum to the finish line. But at the same time, I don't think New York Traffic deserved to catch him, all things considered. Authentic got everything his own way, Greg. He was the superior horse. I think if they met again, heads up, he would beat him by more than that margin. But at the same time, you can't get out too much confetti for a horse whose lead diminished dramatically in the final stages. My thought going into the Derby with him is that you've got Bob Baffert, you've got a horse with speed who's going to be on or near the lead at the top of the stretch. The record speaks, winners win, experience matters. Authentic has a lot of talent. The question is, can he go that distance? That's the question that most of them have to face. And Bob has answered that question a few times, Greg.
It's going to be interesting because when 1,000 Words came back and won and showed new life and that shared belief, we saw him on the lead for the very first time. He does not usually do that, but they were aggressive with him, and it paid dividends. So are both those two going to be gearing towards the front, forwardly placed? That'll be fascinating to watch as you look at what Baffert has done in the Derby. One more, and he equals Ben Jones with 6 Kentucky Derby victories.
Bob's right now thinking about Cavanier, that he could already be there if he didn't have that nose hung on him by Grindstone, but he'll take this record. It's going to be
Probably
interesting.
should have won it with point given, too.
Oh, yeah, point given. That was he was a little too close to the pace that day, and looked like Congaree was going to be home that day as well. But I'll say this. I believe Authentic is going to be well in front of 1,000 Words on this particular showdown. I just think his natural speed is greater than that of 1,000 Words. 1,000 Words was able last time in a kind of strangely run race to get onto that front, but I think Authentic's going to be in front in this one.
And I think a lot of people believe, look, the real Honor AP in that shared belief didn't show up. We'll see if we get the true Honor AP showing up on Derby Saturday. If we do, it's going to be fun to watch him back in action at his best.
He's a serious athlete. I believe he's going to be putting in a tremendous effort, and he's going to be giving Tiz the Law all he wants.
Back at Finger Lakes, mile and 70 yards here in the third. Non-winners of 2 lifetime. The other half of the entry, Judas Cougar went by. Dan outside post here for Dylan Clark.
Here's the 2, Political, up from the morning line currently. Won by 22 lengths last time out. That was easy money at even money. He wasn't even the favorite.
Engineers report. Robert Cook sent this one out. Has some early speed as we see the 4 go by at 9-5.
One Shot at Forever is the 4. Here is the 5 now. True Blue Giant, distant third most recently. 1 for 21 lifetime.
An Honorable Union, 1 for 13 lifetime. Moving to a new barn of Brent Bond. So that's our field. Non-winners of 2 lifetime, $7,500 claiming tag here. Mile and 70 yards the distance in this spot. And the intriguing horse here, Political. Last time out, 22 lengths clear of everyone. Well, dead heated for the win in that race, but it was those 2 and then everybody else.
I've told you I don't want to talk politics, Greg. We covered that in the pre-show meeting.
No politics on this show, so that means we can't even go with Political in this spot. Frosted Prayer, even money, dominant score in the third at Churchill.
We talked about Frosted, his sire, the mare, a song and a prayer mare named Storm and a Prayer, proving that race at Keeneland was even more productive, with now that being the 3rd winner out of that race. Smooth Music gets 2nd, no change made with that objection, and 2 Worlds finishes up 3rd in that photograph.
Stakes race up next at Churchill. It's a Champions Day Marathon overnight presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. Last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Sir Winston, back in action, but right now it's back to Finger Lakes. So even money on One Shot at Forever the 4, and you can play this race and all the action we're bringing you each and every day by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Up to 100% deposit match of up to $200. That $25 free play for a limited time as well. When you go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app, use that promo code DERBY25 at sign up to get started and take advantage of those offers.
So this 3rd race at 1 mile and 70 yards, One Shot at Forever, the horse that is taking all the money right now at even money, is going to stretch out again. He was most recently way over his head here at Saratoga Racecourse in the middle of August, so that was just a couple of weeks ago. And up close in the early stages, bowed out, and now gets a chance to stretch out a bit. I think what the fans might be thinking here is that when he broke his maiden, it was against maiden 25s over at the Big A in March, whereas Political graduated against the bottom of the bottom, the maiden 5s here. So that could be one of the factors, and Beyer speed figure-wise, certainly One Shot at Forever has superior numbers over his career to those of Political. But now Political and One Shot at Forever squared off in that race when One Shot at Forever graduated. He graduated at odds of 10-1. Political was the favorite that day at 5-2. Finished a non-threatening third when they met before. So this is a reunion upstate.
And look, we just saw in that third race at Churchill what getting in with your friends can do. Frosted Prayer facing much easier competition, and we just saw what he did. So One Shot at Forever, easier company certainly than what he faced at Saratoga. Short price here, the 4-horse from post 3. Tony Kalo with the call. Here's the third from Finger Lakes.
Ready for the pick 6. And there they go. Slow start for Dan. Engineer's Report begins the best. One Shot at Forever quickly tackles him. Honorable Union makes 3 across the track. They're crawling through the initial stages. Dan is the deepest into the first turn. There's Political with Judith's Cougar, and True Blue Giant now to the extreme outside. He finds himself in the widest position. So the pace is pretty soft early, and they're 3x4 through the initial stages. Engineer's Report, One Shot at Forever. Dan is pushing 3 deep. Political with a ground-saving journey. True Blue Giant gets the worst of it. Honorable Union second last, and Judith's Cougar had to check through the clubhouse turn. 25 seconds, pretty soft. Engineer's Report, One Shot at Forever. True Blue Giant recognizes the soft pace, and he's into the race, 3 wide pressing. Political continues with his ground-saving trip. He's only 2.5 off the lead. Honorable Union to his outside. 3 lengths to the stablemates of Judith's Cougar and Dan. 50 2/5. Engineer's Report heading into the turn with the lead from One Shot at Forever and True Blue Giant. Political stays in the race, saving ground the entire trip. Honorable Union is 4 lengths from the front, and the other 2 have a lot of work to do. Engineer's Report with the lead. Political's inching closer up the inside, and here comes Political to tackle Engineer's Report. Engineer's Report still with the lead. Political from the inside, now shifting ground. One Shot at Forever is a little even-paced. Farther out, True Blue Giant. Engineer's Report still with the lead. Political's chasing him with Honorable Union. Engineer's Report. Here's Political to the outside. Political. Engineer's Report fights on. Political and Engineer's Report. Engineer's Report and Political. Take your pick. It's very tight. Political or Engineer's Report. Honorable Union third. One Shot at Forever fourth.
I'm always wrong. I thought it was outside here. Political the 2.
It's very, very close. The 3 has a big head on the inside, but it looked like the 2 was getting to him. But then, if Tony Kalo's not calling that, and he's not afraid of photos, I'll wait for that placing. I've learned my lesson the hard way in some big moments a couple of times, getting brave. You can rest assured the Santa Anita turf course is not my dear friend when it comes to the photograph. I'm a lot more confident on the main track, but this is extremely close. And, that's just something you can't call. I'll tell you this, Political had to alter course a little bit there, but take nothing away from Engineer's Report, who had a brutal trip last time out and ran very, very well. But this is, look, this just goes to show you, this is a 3-year-old and up, 7,500, non-winners of 2 lifetime, as exciting as it gets coming to the wire. Wow.
Tough angle, to really be confident about from there. Either the 2 Political, the 3 Engineers Report. The disappointment in this race was One Shot at Forever.
Yeah. He had 1 shot and had no shot late. Political looked like a certainty going into the far turn, and then he angled out and then took dead aim and looked certain again. But Engineer's Report was never quitting. Got a nice, lonely, easy lead. Ran back to his effort 2 starts ago.
Engineer's Report thinks he won. The way he's going back to the winner's circle, he looks confident. That's the 3-horse right now on the lead, but here comes Political. Wow, it just seems like that last jump at the wire might have got that nose down. Right now, nothing separates him. Extremely close. Cameras.
I've found, by the way, that whole who does the camera follow will disappoint you quite
really?
frequently.
Well, it depends on the racetrack, I guess, too.
I know.
Right?
You would think, like, one would think that the TV truck is saying, hey, so-and-so got it. I can see the photo. But there have been a lot of phantom follows over the years.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
We won't put any stock in that then.
You just don't know.
One more look down the stretch. Look, this is a tough spot for the three engineers report to be in and fight so gamely to the wire, too.
Outside always has the edge in any kind of showdown. But look at his head, how much bigger he is than the two as they come to the wire. Oh, man, that's wickedly close.
I initially thought outside, and now we see it with the angle. It might be this guy. This is so tough.
There it is. He's doing a little high five action. I don't think that's a fake celebration.
And
the big head wins.
Just been posted unofficially. It is that horse right there. Engineers report for Robert Cook. 1 for 23 lifetime coming in.
He was a good second a couple of starts ago, and then last time out with all that trouble, he was virtually eliminated and put up via disqualification for some of the trouble that he was involved in.
Well, the prices from this one when we come back. Last year, the Belmont Stakes, everyone was talking about War of Will. It was a stablemate, Sir Winston, behind a brilliant Hall of Fame ride from Joel Rosario. They got him to the winner's circle. He returns to that 1.5 mile distance. They got him a classic victory coming up next.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. In the auction ring, Warfront was the #1 sire by highest average at Keeneland September, with yearlings bringing up to $2.9 million. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Derby25.
Off for the 8 Challenge Derby presented by Runhappy. Running away in the Runhappy hopeful.
But Colleen wins the Runhappy that mile. Have won the Runhappy Grabbers.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Sir Winston comes up on the outside, and he got in front of War of Will. And Sir Winston has moved to the center of the track under Joel Rosario to take the lead. On the inside, Jovia fights on. Tacitus is there, and then Tex between horses. Master Fencer on the far outside. They're coming to the finish, and Sir Winston has won the Belmont Stakes.
Sir Winston, that was in last year's Belmont Derby, and that was a work of art, that ride from Joel Rosario.
It really was. Everyone who wrote about this race was lauding his performance. It was just one of those moments, and I know, and he knew he had performed, and he had done the right thing. He saved that ground, he made all the right moves, and he ends up winning the Belmont by a length. He defeated Tacitus that day. In his most recent start, Tacitus turned those tables emphatically, but on that day, he got his classic victory with a superb ride.
Tacitus, of course, we're going to see in the Woodward coming up at Saratoga, but right now it's Sir Winston in the Champions Day Marathon Overnight Stakes presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance. And an even money favorite. We kick things off, though, with Rise the Guy. First 5 starts of his career came on dirty, was never worse than third.
And he likes this track, and I think he has a tactical edge pace-wise. Rated R Superstar puts the blinkers on in career start number 43. Interesting move by Cipriano Contreras this late in his campaign.
Core beliefs. He's a multiple graded stakes winner. Can he get the 1.5 miles? Now in the barn of Scott Hansen.
And scratch the 4 out of here. The 5 is Eskin For It by Eskandrea. 2 for 18 and appears to be over his head today.
And here's last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Sir Winston, Mark Casse, Tyler Gaffleone. And he came back in his 4-year-old debut, and he looked very good winning that first out effort of his 2020 campaign at Aqueduct. He's disappointed since.
He has, and it's gives us an opportunity to just touch on the relationship between Tyler Gaffleone and Mark Casse. As we've watched from afar, fans like myself and you and so many out there, Tyler Gaffleone has rapidly developed into one of the top riders in the country. And these sort of opportunities are very important early in their career. And Mark Casse has stood behind them, so has the Barber family, putting him on a lot of live horses, and he has delivered. I remember watching him a few years ago at Gulfstream, seemingly just giving perfect ride after perfect ride, and now he has been able to take that nationwide, and very happy. Had a chance to talk to Tyler here about a year ago, and just reflecting on what he's gone through in his career, and he's as good as it gets.
Well, time for our Twin Spires market mover, and it is Tyler Gaffleone on Sir Winston, last year's Belmont Stakes winner. Bet the market mover or any horse you like in the next race coming up. Twin Spires offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app, or you can visit twinspires.com. Sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. So Tyler Gaffleone on Sir Winston in here. We already know he loves the 1.5 miles in here. And look, it's not like he ran terrible in that flat out. It was a sloppy racetrack. He was second behind Moretti for Todd Pletcher. That Suburban, though, was one where there was a lot to be left to be desired.
Right, and that's the question mark. I think when I looked at this race, the question that came to my mind kind of involved Tacitus, because Tacitus is so highly regarded, and then when he went into the Suburban, there were many questioning him, including myself, as to what he was going to do, and he crushed that group. Now the question for Sir Winston, as he gets into such a softer spot, is his past class, and the past class is only from last year, and he did have a nice win earlier this year at the Big A. Is his past class too much for the competition, or is he a little bit vulnerable? I kind of like Rise the Guy in here, because I think Rise the Guy likes this track. He has proven that he can stay around against top-notch competition. I didn't think he was disgraced at all in the Louisville or the Elkhorn. He was right there in the thick of it late. And perhaps the little bit more tactical speed, unless Tyler Gaffleone decides to get Sir Winston closer than usual today, might give Rise the Guy an opportunity to stay and pull off a mild upset.
All right, we're 3 minutes to post in this Champions Day Marathon. Meanwhile, back at Finger Lakes, photo finish, an engineer's report. Wow.
It's a tough L.
It's a
little bit. That's all it takes.
I don't even know to describe how small that margin was.
Just go with the Equibase line. Nose.
It's like 1/8 of a nose.
It wasn't Pinocchio's nose, that's for sure.
Oh, so engineer's report now 2 for 24 lifetime, and Political coming off that 22-length dead heat win. This horse had a couple of close finishes, a dead heat, and now that photo finish in defeat, but ran too good to lose. Back here to this feature race here with last year's Belmont Stakes winner. There's a look at Eskin For It, Steve Margolis, Chantal Sutherland, and here's our Belmont Stakes winner from a year ago. What a year it was for Mark Casse, who, by the way, not officially an inductee, because we're going to have that punted down till next year when they can officially have everyone gather and put Mark Casse in that Hall of Fame. But He's in.
Been doing a lot of great things for a lot of years. What about these other horses? Rated R Superstar and Core Beliefs, the third and fourth choice here. Rated R Superstar gets the blinkers on. I'm personally not a big fan of blinker changes way late in life, but this is a horse that has quietly earned over $800,000 and has been very good to his connections.
Grade 3 winner at 7 furlongs. Grade 3 winner, the Ben Ally at 1 1/8 in his career as well. But he ran okay against Endorsed just a few starts back, who off that performance, that was at Oaklawn earlier this year. Endorsed, of course, came back and ran huge in the Westchester against Code of Honor.
And then Core Beliefs, Greg, a horse that has a little bit of tactical speed as well. He did win the Grade 2 New Orleans Handicap last year. And before that, got that tremendous photo, Bob, with beating Lone Sailor in the Ohio Derby back in June of 2018. Suddenly, that was more than 2 years ago. I remember that like it was yesterday.
Time flies in this game, doesn't it?
It does.
Pace-wise in this group, does it seem like Rise the Guy, especially drawn inside in this race, is going to be the one in front?
I just think that he has an opportunity. I mean, Core Beliefs definitely has some early speed, too. But when it comes to early pace, my predictions of how races are going to unfold in the early stages, I wouldn't want to put up against some of the other people that sit in this chair on the show. I'm not Mr. Pace Projector myself. I just think Rise the Guy does have a little bit of a tactical edge over Sir Winston, and the money is pouring in 6-5 now on Rise the Guy, and the morning line here was very accurate, just putting a couple of points between the top two choices. But I'm going to lean toward the rail in here, Rise the Guy, to win it. I like him.
There he is, and it's interesting. Ever since he broke his maiden, they kept trying him on dirt. First 5 starts of his career, and that 5th start, it was a race that was taken off the turf on a sloppy track. That's where he broke his maiden, going away by 6 lengths. Ever since that time, he has been on turf, but all 5 of those dirt starts, he's never been worse than 3rd. He showed ability, obviously, although his best was on a sloppy main track.
Mm-hmm.
He's, yeah, as you mentioned, 6-5, short price in here. Chris Landeros for Ian Wilkes.
Yep, this is a family affair, and Chris certainly knows this 4-year-old son of Distorted Humor extremely well. Wouldn't never think I'd be picking a Distorted Humor going 1.5 miles, but that is the case here today.
Can last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Sir Winston, return to form? This was the distance where he ran the race of his life, in a distance that very few ever get to run in their career. He's already proven at it. Can Tyler Gaffleone bring him his 2nd win here at 1.5 miles, coming up at a short price? Son of Awesome again for Mark Casse. That was one of his 2 wins on the Triple Crown Trail last year.
He'll be wearing the colors of Tracy Farmer. My favorite Tracy Farmer horse has to be Albert the Great, who, among his great efforts, one of them took place at beautiful Hialeah Park very early in my career, and that was fun to watch. And Albert the Great certainly gave Tiz Now something to think about when they met in the Breeders' Cup Classic. The famous repeat performance for Tiz Now.
Back-to-backs, yeah. Eskinfort moves in line. And here, Sir Winston, last to load, 6-5. The Belmont Stakes winner from 2019, the favorite, but even money late on Rise the Guy. Travis Stone, the call.
Alert start for Eskinfort. Rise the Guy toward the inside was away well, too. And these two hook up in the early stages. Core Beliefs comes on to be 3rd. Rated R Superstar is 4th. And Sir Winston settles in at the back at about 4 lengths off the lead with 11 furlongs to go. So round the far turn for the first time, it's Rise the Guy and Eskinfort. Eskinfort's keyed up outside, 10 furlongs out. And then it's Rated R Superstar toward the inside, cutting the corner up into 3rd. Core Beliefs is racing 4th, and Sir Winston moving about in behind horses 5th and 5 lengths off the lead with 9 furlongs left. By the stands for the first time, Eskinfort out in the clear with a narrow lead. Rise the Guy is right there toward the inside, running along in 2nd. Core Beliefs in the clear, while 3rd. Rated R Superstar 4th, and Sir Winston is at the back in 5th. 8 furlongs left. Rise the Guy into the clubhouse turn. Showing the way by just a neck Eskinfort trying to apply mild pressure outside in second. Rated R Superstar toward the inside is third. Corbeliefs is fourth, 7 furlongs out. Then it's Sir Winston and at the back. So the pack is pretty tight, heading for the backstretch run. 4 lengths from top to bottom. 6 furlongs left. Rise the Guy still in front. Eskinfort right alongside in second. The pace, the opening half was 49 and 2, 3/4 and 14 and 3. They're moving down the backstretch with 5 furlongs to go. Rise the Guy still the leader. Eskinfort still second. Corbeliefs in the clear while third. Sir Winston right in the thick of it, racing in fourth. Rated R Superstar keyed up inside fifth. Still a tight pack with 4 furlongs to go. Rise the Guy heading for the far turn, trying to open up just a bit. With that, Eskinfort comes right back. Eskinfort second and outside and has to pick it up now. Rated R Superstar third toward the inside with 3 furlongs left. And then it's Sir Winston, has to pick it up too. Sir Winston's under pressure back and forth. Corbelief says fifth. They're coming for the top of the stretch. 2 furlongs to go. Rise the Guy still in front. Eskinfort second. Rated R Superstar cuts to corner third. Sir Winston is fourth. Top of the stretch now. Rise the Guy shaken up to a 2-length lead. Rated R Superstar switches off the rail. Eskinfort battles on. 1 furlong to go. And Rise the Guy still there. Rise the Guy clear by 3 now. Rated R Superstars up into second. Eskinfort and Sir Winston. Rise the Guy and Chris Landeros coast to coast to win it by 4. Rated R Superstar second. Eskinfort was third. Sir Winston checks in fourth.
Not today for last year's Belmont Stakes winner, Rise the Guy. Meanwhile, Chris Landeros, Ian Wilkes, all the late money went to this horse, and he delivered with the 3rd win of his career.
He really had to ask him at the top of the stretch. Eskinfort, a big long shot, was pestering him, trying to soften him up, and then Rated R Superstar was waiting in the wings with his rally, but in the end, Rise the Guy had too much stamina and starts to pull away to make it a clear-cut victory. Nice performance there, nice ride, very calm, not getting nervous at all with a little bit of mild pressure there was Chris Landeros, but he maintained the lead throughout, never really wanted to give that up. And he just had a tremendous tactical edge in here and did what he needed to in the stretch. Nice to see a horse that can do it on turf and dirt.
They don't run a lot of these 1.5-mile races at Churchill Downs, but we've just been told it's a new track record for a 1.5 mile in Louisville. Not bad. Rise the Guy, primarily been a turf horse in his career. Gets back on dirt and relishes this 1.5 mile here in the Champions Day Marathon Overnight Stakes, presented by Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, and all the late money shifting here. Went off as the even money favorite. Disappointing performance from Sir Winston.
Yeah, he was up against it, and then he was in between horses. It wasn't the right setup for him, and his last race was a little bit disappointing, and this one was too. But he's a very classy colt, and certainly has every chance to rebound in the future. This was just not his day today, and his record though, he's still a millionaire, and they can't win them all.
1-2-5 finish prices from the Champions Day Marathon when we return. We'll also look ahead till Wednesday at Saratoga in the Grade 3 with anticipation. Son of American Pharaoh, American Monarch, won first time out for Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. He's the one to beat in tomorrow's feature.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Champion 2-year-old game winner. Undefeated as a juvenile, including 3 Grade 1 wins in the Del Mar Futurity, American Pharaoh Stakes, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Bi-perennial leading sire, Candy Ride. From the immediate female family of champion Fleet Indian. New for 2021.
From America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners sold, including these selected yearling graduates: Bast, 4-Wheel Drive, Honor AP, Perfect Alibi, Rushing Fall, Sharing, Speech, And Tiz the Law comes an unprecedented showcase of quality. 662 selected yearlings in one extraordinary catalog. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th after the Derby in Lexington, Kentucky.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox Family and Networks. Greg Wolf, Frank Miramati with you. Get signed up, started, play along with Naira Bets. Free $25 play upon sign up, plus up to a $200 deposit match when you use that promo code Derby25. Get involved for Derby Week. Go to NairaBets.com or download that Naira Bets app. And hopefully build that account up on this big week that we have ahead. Well, New York Racing Association helping out the community during this time of need. We have all those picnic tables that are usually filled with fans not in use right now. So New York Racing Association doing all they can to put them to good use, donating 175 tables, lending them to the Saratoga Springs City School District to help students be able to maintain social distancing at Saratoga Springs High School and at Maple Avenue Middle School.
We should send a couple of picnic baskets in honor of the picnic tables straight from Jellystone Park for the kids.
So that's going to help out tremendously, help everyone stay safe as students here in upstate New York get back to school and get back to studying, and we hope they do so safely. Our feature tomorrow. We got 2-year-olds on the turf. Grade 3 with anticipation, and Bill Mott winning first time out with American Monarch, son of the Triple Crown champion American Pharoah. This horse got it done at 1 1/16 in his debut here at Saratoga.
Very professional performance. These American Pharoahs are just lighting it up time and time again. We've had a few on the turf winning this meet already. First time out, an American Monarch. Very nice to do that. It's so difficult to do that first time out on either service in the colors of Mike Rutherford, who's been in this game for a long, long time. I remember him back in the 80s with a nice sprinter named Time to Explode out in California.
Well, meanwhile, this is a son of blame for Wesley Ward, and he did explode in his debut. Out like a cannon from the gate, and gate to wire for the win. Now, this was a race scheduled for the grass. It was taken off. Muddy track, as you can see. Now he'll stretch out and get on the surface he wanted to be on.
Exactly. So they entered him for that turf start. He ended up winning, beating his stablemate decisively in this spot, and it was one of those nice blames on the grass. Blame himself, of course, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, but his progeny have shown some affinity for the turf as well. And so I know my man Bernie Sams will be happy to hear that over at Claiborne Farm right now.
Race that we saw Catholic Boy win here a few years back.
Another versatile individual going on both surfaces. Catholic Boy, a stone cold runner.
Back at Churchill Downs, early feature race that had last year's Belmont Stakes winner Sir Winston in the bunch. He did not fire his best today. Rise the Guy stepping up, moving back to dirt, and getting the third win of his career.
For the Lothenbach Stables Incorporated, Ian Wilkes, Chris Landeros with a very smart and good ride, and I like the way he's getting after him, telling this boy to finish the job. A son of the great Distorted Humor, who, of course, has been a WinStar mainstay for some time. Started out for $12,500, and that turned out to be the bargain of the century. I actually met Distorted Humor right here at Saratoga, and that's always something that I'll be, there are times at racetracks where there are certain memories. I will always remember meeting Distorted Humor here, either in 97 or 98. Elliot Walden took me to his stall, and nice to see his son winning at Churchill Downs. Gary Stevens rode Distorted Humor to a big win
That's
at
one
Churchill.
of the great things about this game, and that's why I think when a lot of people come to Saratoga or race like Churchill as well, historic racetrack, and you get to see these horses up close, and you can create fans for life when you get that opportunity.
Right, and as a track announcer, I can't help. There are times, for example, when Tiz now ran in the Breeders' Cup Classic, I had called him at Louisiana Downs in the Super Derby. Of course I was rooting for him. Those are the fun elements. We develop fans every day. People come out to the track and they have a story that they remember for years to come, and that's what keeps the fraternity and family of racing fans together.
Well, a fourth at Finger Lakes. It's an allowance race. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. Mile and 70 yards. Intoxicologist Charlie Baker. Extremely dangerous anywhere on the New York circuit, but especially at Finger Lakes. We'll see his favorite coming up in a moment. Here's Gunboat Diplomacy for Chris Engelhardt.
The 2 is Shine Like Bobby, who took care of business last time out when coming after a humbling experience at the Spa to draw off at Finger Lakes, 1-for-1 over the track.
And he did it, in a mile and 70 yards. Everyone else in this race is stretching out, including the favorite here, Intoxicologist, for Charlie Baker. He's 28% at the meet. That's the 8-5 favorite.
Number 4 is Tropical Storm M, the daughter of the late, great Scat Daddy, who makes the second start off the lap, and the first was an obvious prep for a stretch out. There she is.
Smart Broad we'll see next at 9-2 for the barn of Bruce Anderson. Coming off a second-place finish ahead of Gunboat Diplomacy in that performance. 4-1 today.
Yeah, it's been hard for her to get that second win. She's had a couple of grueling losses in photo finishes, Smart Broad, but well spotted today. And then Dixie Queen completes the lineup. Third start off the bench. Did win at a mile and 40 last year over here at Finger Lakes.
She's a little interesting. She had a troubled trip last time out. She gets back to doing what she did to Breaker Maiden, even though that was a very slow race in terms of the buyer scale, but it fits with these.
Does, certainly. I mean, a return of that performance there would make her tough. I went with Charlie Baker's horse in here, who is now taking the late money as well, 3-2 for Intoxicologist. And Charlie having a fine meet, as has been the case throughout his career up there. Those horses are firing, 11 of 18 in the money, 9 of them first or second, so he has to be pleased with what's developing at Finger Lakes this season.
We see Charlie Baker regularly have very good summers at Saratoga, but at Finger Lakes, that percentage goes way up. But he's dangerous wherever he sends a horse. Look, we saw a horse coming from Saratoga at Finger Lakes get beat at a short price earlier on the card. We'll see what happens here. The 3, Intoxicologist, the favorite. Here's Tony Kalo.
Intoxicologist. And there they go. Tropical Storm M is out for the front with Gunboat Diplomacy. Intoxicologist makes 3, gunning for the lead. Smart Broad will set up shop from 4th. Shine Like Bobby has the 5th position, and Dixie Queen is the last of all. So the favorites kick on together. Gunboat Diplomacy inside of Intoxicologist. Tropical Storm M eases off the pace from 3rd, 2 lengths from the front. 2.5 lengths back to Smart Broad. The last 2 remain Shine Like Bobby and Dixie Queen. They're in no hurry through the early stages. Gunboat Diplomacy 3 parts of a length to Intoxicologist. Tropical Storm M chases them 3 deep. Smart Broad is reserved through the early stages, little less than 4 off the lead. 2 clear of Dixie Queen, who races with Shine Like Bobby. 25-1 soft interior fractions. On the front end, Gunboat Diplomacy with Intoxicologist. Tropical Storm M stays close to the soft pace. Smart Broad recognizes she needs to go now. She gets within 3, heading into the turn. Break of more than 3.5 lengths to Dixie Queen and Shine Like Bobby. 51 seconds for the top 2. On the front end, Gunboat Diplomacy with Intoxicologist. Tropical Storm M pursues 3 wide. Smart Broad has to bide her time. Dixie Queen tries to quicken into this soft pace. At the back, Shine Like Bobby. Here's Tropical Storm M making her move 3 wide. Intoxicologist from between runners. Gunboat Diplomacy is third. Smart Broad has the 4th spot. They're in the lane, 3/16 from the line. And Tropical Storm M has the lead. Smart Broad's in the clear. She tries to close in. On the front end, still Tropical Storm M. Smart Broad is coming with Intoxicologist. Tropical Storm M, Smart Broad to the far outside. Tropical Storm M and Smart Broad, here they are together. Another fantastic finish. Smart Broad or Tropical Storm M. Intoxicologist third. Gunboat Diplomacy fourth.
I'm not calling it this time.
I'm going outside.
Are you?
I'm going outside live. Now we get the slow-mo. I think she got that.
Final lunge from Smart Broad. Wow, she looked beat, and then all of a sudden, about a step and a half from the wire, she found another gear.
I know. She had it almost steady right around the 16th pole, and I thought that might slow her momentum, and she was able to overcome that and comes flying at the end. I think she got there. This one, but you don't want to, yeah, that looks like it. I got to call that one.
Yeah, that looks like that is a tough beat for Tropical Storm M, who ran such a good race until about that final stride. Tough beat there. That was just her second back off the bench, too, but Smart Broad looks like she did get it. Bruce Anderson, Jeremias Flores, who was just 1 for 12 coming in.
Nice. This is, both of these fillies had a lot of consistency to their record. 9 of 12 in the money for Smart Broad. 9 of 14 in the money for Tropical Storm M, and they had met last time out, and Smart Broad got the best of her last time, and they come for the wire right together with a nice dramatic conclusion. Very close. Always wait for the placing judges.
Smart Broad unofficially is your winner of that race. Nice call. I'm no longer calling photos anymore on this show. We'll have those prices coming up for you in just a moment.
Good idea. Take it from me.
Loaded Saturday afternoon, of course, and the Friday preceding the Kentucky Derby as well. Here's the Saturday lineup. Derby, Turf Classic, Derby City, Distaff, all grade 1s, and a great supporting cast of stakes races as well. Tiz the Law, of course, the main attraction on Derby Saturday. Well, with the Kentucky Derby or its counterpart race for 3-year-old fillies, it could be a life-changing experience winning that race. Last year for trainer Tom Amos, a start in the Oaks almost didn't happen for his brilliantly fast filly, Serengeti Empress. But with the work leading up to that race, she put all concerns to rest and changed the plans for all involved with her in another edition of My Favorite Race.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13th hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's gonna take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm gonna win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amos Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
What a moment. So happy for our friend, our colleague, Tom Amos. And by the way, added a grade 1 at Saratoga with that filly as well here in the Ballerina. There's a look at Tom. Dark blue shirt. He's going to send out Miss Sachimo to make her debut.
What a superstar filly, and what a great moment. And I must say, as a viewer of this show on a regular basis, what incredible contributions Tom gives to this show. I say it all the time, and I don't have any problem saying it right now, not as just a part of the team activity, but you know, the fans get an opportunity to hear a trainer's perspective in a very articulate manner and a passionate way. And of course, you know, he's not afraid to debate on the air too. That's the thing. You got to show a little bit of opinion and take a stand. And Tom has to kind of run over a fine line to do that, because you don't want to offend people. At the same time, you got to give your audience something to listen to and not bore them. So good job, Tom. That's a very nice package on him, and nice to see him with such a great filly.
Well, there's a Hall of Famer right there, John Velasquez. He's got a big Friday coming up. Going to be on board Gamine for Bob Baffert in the showdown with Swiss Skydiver in the Kentucky Oaks. And not just that she is demolishing competition, she's setting records along the way.
She's a very talented filly, and this is going to be this is what horse racing is all about, an opportunity for showdowns like the one we're going to see.
Well, our fifth coming up. It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of reigning champion General Sire. Into Mischief, mile on the turf in this maiden special weight. Coming up as we take a look at Fortuna Adiovat, D. Wayne Lucas, the coach. Good to see him back and doing well after he had come down with COVID-19.
Love D. Wayne. This one tried the turf last time out. Her dam, tried the turf on 9 occasions, managed 4 in the money performances. Here's Cuzzy Wuzzy by Vancouver, who earned almost $2 million in his career, out of a mare who hit the board in 4 of 6 starts. All of them were on the grass.
Cherie DeVoe, former longtime assistant to Chad Brown, sends out a firster by Noble Mission here. Gam's Mission, 37-1.
Grandam here would be Auntie Mame, who was a tremendous racehorse herself. Mary of Bethany, the 4, out of a mare named Fanticola, who earned about $500,000 on the grass.
5-2. Aunt Pearl, first out for Brad Cox.
By Lope de Vega, who brought us newspaper of record for Chad Brown, and another Chad Brown winner recently.
Who might be the one to beat in the Breeders' Cup Mile, by the way.
That was a nice little
lady taking on the boys likely later in the year. Miss Satchmo, here's the Tom Amos runner.
By Uncle Mo, out of a mare named Fade to Black, who was second in the first 3 starts of her career. Earned $176,000 overall and had a decent record on the turf. This is a very interesting long shot. I think 19-1 is a very enticing price for Faith and Honor. We'll touch on her in a moment. Ice Queen comes in off of a very good performance. I think the margin of her loss might be deceptive because of the issues that took place. I think Seasons, who beat her, is a potential superstar.
Miss Audi V, the 9, Mike Maker. That's a commissioner filly making her second start. She sprinted at Ellis on the turf of the debut. And then Gathered Flowers on the outside.
And Gathered Flowers has all winners in the family, a 1-time winner, 3 3-time winners, and a 6-time winner. The Dam Goldbud did not run on the turf, but Gathered Flowers could be a very interesting individual.
4 minutes apiece here in the 5th at Churchill Downs. Kicks off a pick 5. You play it with Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you a $200 new player bonus. To bet the races today, download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 and start your $200 new player bonus right away.
Quick thing on Gathered Flowers I wanted to mention. One of those siblings won the Grade 1 Secretariat Valid Point. So there is some turf pedigree there on the 10.
Oh, and a 19-1 shot. Ricardo Santana Jr. will be aboard. Well, the horse to beat on the board, 8-5 favorite, Ice Queen, based off what she did in her debut at Saratoga. She had the lead in the stretch. Never easy to win first time out, especially going 2 turns in a mile and a 16th, and Ice Queen nearly pulled it off.
And the filly who beat her, I would think, would be favored when she goes into a stake next. Seasons, a beautifully bred daughter of Tappet out of Winter Memories, who was just waiting the whole way. You can't hold that against Ice Queen, but I think that when you see the final price on Ice Queen, it might be just a touch lower than it should be. And if you're stubborn and care about the actual price versus if you just like a horse, I think that if the race had been a little smoother last time, Seasons might have won by a few lengths.
Meanwhile, Faith in Honor, she debuted at Ellis, mile on the turf, and in the end, she's only beat 2.5 lengths.
Look at her. She's got the white blinkers and the orange colors. She's nowhere throughout, not really even being ridden that hard. This is just kind of like getting familiar. It's what I kind of touched on earlier in the show about sometimes maidens that are going to, maybe run at a higher profile meet, might not have their A game for the debut. Look at her just kind of being nudged along there, and in the end, she's going to gallop right past them. I don't know how big our fans are on gallop outs. Some like them, some don't. She did blitz by that field. I just think that there's a lot of room for improvement for this daughter of Honor Code out of a Mount Livermore mare. And I just think she's, at that price, 16-1 right now, worth considering for some of your exotics, for sure.
Yeah, just first time out a lot of times, learning what it's all about, getting an education. There she is.
And there are questions as to who was in that race and what the time was. So when you get a Churchill Downs maiden special weight, you're going to get some very highly regarded runners, like our first-time starter, who is right at her morning line of 2-1, Aunt Pearl, out of an 0-for-7 mare. Only sibling, ran 7 times. So nothing flashy with regard to the family of Aunt Pearl, but the connections are solid. The stallion is solid. And therefore, you have to respect everything about her as she makes her debut here for some high-profile owners.
Meanwhile, that Tom Amos first-timer, Ms. Satchmo, owned by Greg Tramontine, part owner of Woody Stevens winner No Parole. Grade 1 winner now. We'll see if this filly can show some promise here in her debut, daughter of Uncle Mo. But here's a look at the 9. This is Miss Audevie, Mike Maker. She was favored first time out at Ellis in a sprint.
Right, and now she gets an opportunity to get a little bit more real estate under her belt, and there's some turf pedigree there and some turf in the family as well.
And we got the coach on the board as well, Dwayne Lucas, 38-1 on the rail with a horse who got on turf at Ellis back on July the 26th. Hopefully got something out of that race. Point of entry filly.
The 2, Cuzzy Wuzzy, Greg, taking some money here, ran very well in her debut. Ended up finishing second behind a horse named Crazy Beautiful. Crazy Beautiful came back out of that race and won the Runhappy debutante at Ellis on the main track. So a very talented individual beat her first time out, and then she went to the main track, comes back to the turf today. An interesting possibility here is Cuzzy Wuzzy.
And she was on the lead in that turf debut at Ellis, so we could see her quick out of the gate again. Corey Lannery will beat aboard. It's amazing how quickly value just evaporates after a somewhat decent start when you show up the next time.
It's really crazy, isn't it? What have you done for me right now?
Ice Queen, the favorite, 37-1 in her debut. 17-1 in her debut. 8-5 for start number 2.
Yep. She ran very well that day. By Cairo Prince, who's been having some nice progeny wins of late. He himself, a son of Pioneer of the Nile. Cairo Prince was not a turf runner, but he was talented. He won the Nashua. He earned over $500,000 in 5 starts.
And you mentioned it a couple of times in here that Seasons probably should have won that race by a little bit more. Does that make you think that maybe Ice Queen is not the 8-5 lock that some think she is in here?
I just think that I don't know, I wouldn't call her a lock under any circumstance here, but she ran great.
Or strong a favorite, maybe is what I should say.
Right. She ran a tremendous race, but just look at the money that continues to come in on Aunt Pearl. Now, granted, she's 2-1 morning line, but really, fans and the bettors are going to ignore morning lines that are off base, and they're going to expose them. The fact that she's taking such serious money is a warning sign to those trying to beat Aunt Pearl. I think the 7, Faith and Honor, and maybe even the 10, Gathered Flowers, offer a little bit of opportunity for crazy prices to get a piece of this.
And you brought up Cuzzy Wuzzy the two. Showed ability in that turf debut. That was her overall debut. They tried her on dirt in her next, but back on turf where she ran a better race.
Yep, and she's got a good sibling that did extremely well in Maryland, earned about $350,000 on the grass, Cuzzy Wuzzy. So she's meant to be a good turf horse.
Race 5 from Churchill Downs kicks off. The pick 5, Travis Stone with the call, 1 mile on the turf.
They are in the gate, but the outside runner Gathered Flowers very fractious in there. Rider jumped off. She's been backed out.
Now, Gathered Flowers, you see, without Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Looks like they're going to load this filly without him.
I often say things like this don't help her. That's for sure. Where's she going?
Yeah,
I don't like this.
She is on the dirt right now.
Yeah.
Ricardo was walking back to the stands. She may be coming out of this race.
Backing out some others right now, so.
Yeah, and they're going to take the 10 off the board, so it looks like a late scratch here. So take out Gathered Flowers, and it will be a minimal delay. They did have to back everybody out. A couple have stayed in the gate, though, but all they have to do is take that outside number down. They don't have to move anyone over, although it looks like they will back out the rest of the group here. Give everyone a chance to stretch those legs for a minute and reset your wagers.
Very rarely when there are issues at the gate does it result in a victory for that horse anyway. So for those betting and for the connections, probably best that she wait for another day. Not sure exactly what was going on over there, but she is a scratch. And the money continues to come in for Aunt Pearl. First-time starter for Brad Cox, who has had some bullets in the holster, including a half-mile nice breeze back in July at Keeneland. Comes back with a half-mile best of 60 breeze here at Churchill Downs, and debuts on the grass. Lope de Vega, the same sire that brought you Newspaper of Record.
Who looked like her career might be over. Bit of a head case, and Chad Brown, tremendous job getting her back on track, and she is a danger in a mile on the turf and could be going up against the boys in the Breeders' Cup. Here we go, 5th from Churchill, again to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. From mid-pack, Aunt Pearl breaks out near the top. It is racing for the lead. Cuzzy Wuzzy is there. Miss Eau-de-Vie, that outside post, races up to grab second. Racing for the clubhouse turn. Aunt Pearl out to set the pace. Opens up to lead by a length and a half. Miss Eau-de-Vie's running along in second. Cuzzy Wuzzy toward the inside is racing third in the early stages. Ice Queen comes away fourth. Gam's Mission toward the inside is racing fifth. Faith and Honor alongside of that one in sixth. Mary of Bethany down inside seventh by 2. Miss Satchmo is now eighth. And it's a long way back to Fortuna Adjuvat. Fortuna Adjuvat's been pulled up out of the race, eased up at the back. The opening quarter, 24 1/5 seconds over the good going. And it's Aunt Pearl showing the way clear by just more than a length. Miss Eau-de-Vie's on the outside racing second. Cuzzy Wuzzy tucked away third at the rail. Ice Queen starting to make some progress from fourth. Has to go now. Then it's Gam's Mission inside fifth. Faith and Honor is sixth. Mary of Bethany in seventh, and Miss Satchmo's at the back. So round the far turn, Aunt Pearl still in front. Aunt Pearl racing for the top of the stretch. Miss Eau-de-Vie's been second throughout. Cuzzy Wuzzy is there. Faith and Honor switches out to the outside. Awkward step there for Ice Queen. Nonetheless, keeps on coming. Gam's Mission toward the rail. Top of the stretch. Aunt Pearl, plenty left for the stretch drive. Has ripped away by 5. Aunt Pearl leaving Cuzzy Wuzzy behind in second. Gam's Mission coming on late with Miss Eau-de-Vie and Ice Queen. But Aunt Pearl, masterful ride on the front end by Florent Giroux. canters home to win it by 5. Gam's Mission with a good trip to get up for second. Cuzzy Wuzzy was third, but it was either Miss Odavie or Ice Queen.
Impressive first time out from Aunt Pearl here out of the Brad Cox barn.
I mean, she just really ran them off their feet. Much the best winner. The money was there. She's a good-looking individual and just absolutely crushed the competition here. This is a filly with a future, and I would think that there are going to be more people going to this Lope de Vega. We had a nice winner for Mr. Klarman a couple of weeks ago on a Sunday, I believe, or Saturday, in the second race here. First-time starter as well. So this is a stallion to pay attention to from overseas.
Good one to be our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Aunt Pearl looks like she could have a future. Wins impressively at first asking. I had a lot of fun with you today. It's good to be on again.
Hey, pleasure, Greg. Thanks to everyone for the opportunity. No question about it. Lots of fun to be here.
Looking forward to most seeing in action on Friday or Saturday. Who is it?
Oh, I mean, it's got to be the Kentucky Derby, no matter what. It has to be the showdown in the Kentucky Derby for Tiz the Law. Honor AP to see if he can come back to his best. And all I want to see is everyone get a clean trip and may the best horse win. That's what it's all about on these big days. And the Oaks is really it's not even second. It's 1A almost in the selection process there. That's going to be quite a race.
It's going to be a lot of fun. We were privileged to kick off this Derby week card for you. More coming up with Lafitte Pinkai and Jonathan Kinchin. They'll be stepping into the desk right after this as America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox Family of Networks. Enjoy.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Sports look different this year, like Derby in the summer. While you're celebrating the fastest 2 minutes in sports at home, Twin Spires is your ticket to the Kentucky Derby. Bet on the Derby and do it all from your mobile device. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. The fun, fast, and easy way to bet on the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby. Download the app today.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the eighth pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The two fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
When the pandemic hit, we all started to worry, what would happen.
Probably my first concern was not being able to come to the farm, and I think we all felt that way.
Who was going to take care of the horses if we all started getting sick?
The main thing is making sure that the volunteers are going to be safe here.
There's still a lot of worry because we don't see the end in sight. It's a big responsibility. We had a meeting, we spaced out all over. We've been wearing masks since the very beginning.
Joanne made everything extremely safe. She worked with a doctor who is a very good friend of the farm to get guidelines that as essential workers we needed to follow, and they were posted, they were online, they were in our emails.
We work far apart in the paddocks. We all wear masks. We stay away from each other. No more than 2 people are allowed in the office, and we have hand sanitizer and a little sink set up out in front of the barn so people can clean their hands off.
Next 2 will be Dock and Roll and Strummer.
So opening back up was a big step for us because of bringing so many people from out of town in.
The biggest concern is that we're going to have someone who's positive here that we don't know about.
So now even when we give tours, we don't give them quite the way we used to. We have the distancing, we have the masks. Volunteers feed the horses instead of letting the other people feed the horses, the visitors.
But so far, every visitor we've had has come mask in hand. No one has questioned it, and everybody seems to be enjoying the horses, even though they're not allowed to touch them this summer.
So he's a lucky boy too. We're all lucky to be together. Being able to come here, feel safe, be around the horses, continuing the same job that they've always done. Just the time spent with the horses, I think, is calming, keeps us centered, keeps everybody healthier from being outside, doing some labor.
We do it because we love it, and it's been therapeutic. Like I said, people are like, oh my God, if I couldn't come here, I don't know what I'd do.
And the fact that we could all spend this pandemic together for a couple of hours a week or whatever we volunteer and take care of the horses and keep everybody happy, ourselves and the horses, that's the best part of all of this.
Great work by our friends at Old Friends Cabin Creek. After Labor Day, open on Saturdays. America's Best Racing, our coverage continues on America's Day at the races. And welcome everyone trackside here at Saratoga. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Opening day at Churchill Downs. We had to wait an extra 4 months for the Kentucky Derby this year. Now it's only 4 days away until the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. Field drawn earlier today. From post positions 1 to 15, the shortest price is 1,000 words at 15 to 1. All the contention towards the outside, and Tiz the Law 3 to 5 odds on the morning line. He's Jonathan Kinchin. Jonathan, the draw going into today's Kentucky Derby and the heavy standout that is Tiz the Law going in, I think the draw worked out pretty nicely for him.
Oh, absolutely. I think he got the best spot he could have got. Maybe the 18 would have been better just to be completely to the outside.
But the 1 and 2 were available with only a few slots left.
Yeah, I almost wanted him to draw the 1 so he could just win, and we don't have to hear about the 1 anymore. But
I would have been a little concerned.
I would have too. It's tough down there, but I'm definitely happy to see him drawn towards the outside. I don't know for sure if he can't handle being down to the inside, but let's be honest, he's more comfortable towards the outside, at least a little bit more comfortable.
Tiz the Law arriving at Churchill Downs 3 to 5 on the morning line. It's so odd to think of a Kentucky Derby favorite. We've seen horses like Holy Bull, he was 2 to 1 at post timing. Point given maybe 9 to 5. It's unheard of, this much of an overwhelming favorite, an odds-on morning line favorite going into the Kentucky Derby, Jonathan.
Yeah, but the thing is if this race was run in May, he wouldn't have been this short of a price.
You're right.
There were still a lot of questions. There was still a lot of other competition. I think the reason he's this price is because he's accomplished so much. He's accomplished it at 1.25 miles, and kind of there's not that many good horses left. A lot of them went to the sidelines. Unfortunately, Art Collector, the Baffert trio earlier in the year, Charlatan and Adal, and so the whole game changes a little bit.
Much more on Tiz the Law, much more on the Derby, and you see here the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, and Aunt Pearl in her debut, very impressive for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux. Aunt Pearl graduates in her debut, Finger Lakes Post Parade, race number 5 here, Jonathan.
Yeah, the one horse, second off a layoff. We'll see if this horse can run better than last time. Had some excuses.
Bel Cuare and 9 to 2. New York breds, fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. There's number 3 here in Sweet Shallots.
Yeah, this horse ran well last time. Was second in there and had a nice speed figure as well.
That's Ida Side, 5 to 1 on the morning line. Currently 2 to 1.
Yeah, this horse has some speed. Slowed down late in that race, but held on to get the win.
Another look here. Sweet Shallots, 7-time lifetime winner. all of them here at Finger Lakes because it's the only racetrack she's ever run at.
Yeah, Sweet Charlotte's, like I mentioned, ran well last time, short price. See if she can get one better.
American Mission, who won by daylight in her last start here.
She did. She won by open length. The speed figure wasn't terribly fast, and she was a short price.
Tee Up, winless in 6 tries at Finger Lakes.
Tons of early speed, but just absolutely hits a wall late in her races.
About Sister Patricia on the outside, 8-5 choice as we have reached post time, and they're at the gate.
Yeah, her speed figures are a little bit too light for me at 8-5. Speed figures, the language that you speak at these racetracks that maybe you're not as familiar with.
Guessing that was a tape delayed post parade? Maybe?
No, they're just really fast horses. They got over there quick.
They don't mess around. They are at the gate, filing in, and you saw the favorite, Sister Patricia. Sweet Charlotte's steps forward. New York bred, filly and mares, going 3/4 of a mile. American Mission. Did you have a selection here?
I like the 3. I think from a price standpoint, speed figure last time was quick, much quicker than the favorite right now. So I think the 3 is interesting.
We have a 6-horse field here at Finger Lakes in race number 5, and you saw Sister Patricia, the favorite, at 8-5. Just to lend perspective, 18-horse field, Kentucky Derby, Tiz the Law, 3-5. That's how dominant the New York bred has been to date. Post time, Tony Kayla with the call. Race 5, live, Finger Lakes.
Pick 4. And there they go. Ida Side is showing plenty of speed from the inside. Tee Up comes away in second. Bel Cuore rushes up into third inside of Sweet Charlotte. Sister Patricia from the far outside. American Mission right there with that group. Ida Side on the lead, almost a length. Bel Cuore's into the 2-path stalking. Tee Up 1 from the outside. Sister Patricia's in the clear. Black Silks 2.5 for 3 from the front. American Mission in the 2-path. And along the rail is Sweet Charlotte's. They race to the 3/8 after a 22 3/5 opening quarter. Ida Side still with her lead, 3/4 of a length to Bel Cuore, stalking very smartly from her flank. American Mission's into third, trying to close up the inside, 4 lengths from the front. Sister Patricia needs to giddy up from there. Then we're going to Tee Up and Sweet Charlotte's, and it's Ida Side still with the lead, turning for home. Bel Cuore continues to give a good chase. American Mission tries to quicken up the rail. Here comes American Mission with momentum at the 8th pole. American Mission up the inside to tackle Ida Side. American Mission up to the front. American Mission at 10-1. Ida Side is back to second. American Mission for 2 in a row. Ida Side's in a photo for second with Tee Up. Maybe the big long shot. 4th place to Sweet Charlotte's to complete the superfecta.
Just a 6-horse field and a 10-1 upset winner in the form of American Mission in the 5th at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, 10-1 today, but last time she ran, she won by 5 that you mentioned in the post parade. She was a short price that day, up in class, facing these allowance types, and gets the job done with a rail ride right up the inside. The favorite was off the board.
On the rail, just like a 3-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey who's going to ride in the 6th race at Churchill Downs, Calvin Beau Rail. Street Sense, the stretch running sensation, the first of 3 for Burrell, and then at a much bigger price in the mud, Mind That Bird on top of the rail, 50-1. 3-time Derby winning jockey Calvin Burrell riding in Churchill's next race.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com. Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code DERBY25.
This particular colt has a lot of stretch and scope about him. Looks like he'll have a lot of 2-turn ability. Look forward to seeing how he's perceived at the next sale.
This is a beautiful filly by Runhappy. Gets over ground very well, very athletic, very smart, big eye. She's going to be one of the most athletic looking fillies at the sale. I don't think anybody's going to be disappointed when they look at her.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere.
This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley. When Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution, Sakatoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018 when they outbid competitors to land Tiz the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Street Sense draws alongside as they move headlong into the final furlong, and Street Sense has roared from 19th position to first in the Derby. Hard Spun tries to hold for second, and then farther back at Sedgefield on any given Saturday. And here is Street Sense, a stretch running sensation.
Street Sense in 2007, Calvin Burrell, Mind That Bird, Super Saver, the first for Todd Pletcher. Burrell, who Jonathan knew that track so very well. There he is, Calvin Burrell, going to be riding Red, Blue, and True. Thumbs up, Calvin. Incredible. That there are some great jockeys that never had a chance to ride a Derby winner. 3 victories for Burrell in 4 years.
Yeah, the thing about it is I think that of those 3, I think one of them, Street Sense, would have won with a lot of riders. The other 2, I'm fairly certain, would not have won without the ride that he gave them. And we saw the odds for the Kentucky Derby, and every year after that, Calvin Burrell's horses were like half the price they should have
been. Also rode Rachel Alexandra in that memorable 20-length victory in the Kentucky Oaks. Can you make a case, aside from the presence of Calvin, on Red, Blue, and True pictured? Currently 23-1. You can see his head. You could see his head.
I think I'd be more shocked if this horse won than I was when Mind That Bird won. No,
I thought
was...
it was Summerbird.
Oh, did you?
Watching from the 5th floor at Churchill, muddy. I was watching American Pharaoh, and there's Musket Man, and I heard Bird. I thought Summerbird. There was that moment of who just won the 50-1.
He made that move so sharp to get to the lead that when he made the move, I was looking at Pioneer of the Nile, who was American Pharaoh's sire, and Musket Man, and I think Papa Clem.
Papa Clem was right there.
So my eyes were there. I actually think Tom Durkin's eyes and the call were there as well. And then when that horse came up the rail, it happened so fast.
So quick. And in a couple of jumps, there's Calvin Burrell, and shocked the world with Mind That Bird, who, by the way, that was no fluke. If not for Rachel Alexandra, Mind That Bird bids on a Triple Crown. And his trip in the Belmont Stakes, he's like wide every step of the way. So I think it's a fair assessment for those 5 weeks. Like, Mind That Bird was very, very good and underrated.
No, he was. He ran well. I mean, I think a lot of people were shocked when he won the Derby. But like you said, when he came back, and I mean, he ran at Rachel a little bit in that Preakness, especially as she was. I think that his ability was validated that day.
Kentucky Derby winning jockey jumping off the Kentucky Derby winner to ride the filly. What a story that was. And Rachel Alexandra making history in that Preakness Stakes. Will history be made on Saturday? The morning line for the Derby feels historic. Morning line favorite, Tiz the Law at 3-5 here. Jonathan, all set for a post-parade. A strong opinion going into the 6th race?
No, I think the dropper for Diodoro is going to be tough. The 2, Assassino. What are we doing here? Assassino. Glad you're here to help me with that.
Can't tell you how he's going to run. I can't pronounce his name.
There you go.
Snaggletooth. Corey Lannery aboard, 8-1.
This horse ran okay last time, and Corey Lannery took one from Calvin's playbook, and he'll spend some time on the rail as well.
For M&M Racing, aforementioned El Asesino.
Took Diodoro a while to get a win up here, but now back to Churchill. I think he'll probably get back winning tons of races.
Handicappers want to know if you're feeling it today, JK.
People always ask me that. I'm always feeling it. I'm always feeling it. Doesn't mean I always win.
13-1, Martin Garcia, Preakness winning jockey. Malapai at 9-2 Contender.
Yeah, this horse ran poorly up at Saratoga, up here. We're still in Saratoga. Is now dropping in price a little bit. Was 12.5 up here.
Night Disruptor, a winner at Prairie Meadows.
This horse ran well at Prairie Meadows. Got the win last time. Got a nice speed figure that day. Took some money. This horse is interesting at 8-1.
11-1, Barry Lee.
Barry Lee's a horse I've always liked. A half to Laura's Light, a very talented turf filly out from California. This horse has a lot of early speed, but he hasn't been finishing his races.
Calvin Burrell aboard Red, Blue, and True.
I just like watching Calvin's mounts to see if he goes directly to the rail.
Angle over, save ground, right on top of the rail. Sharp Act on the outside. The 8-year-old gelding, lifetime start number 62.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. This horse has run so much. Drawn to the outside, has some tactical speed, and the speed figures fit a little bit in this spot.
Field of 8, $8,000 claimers, sprinting 3/4 of a mile for this upcoming 6-race Churchill Downs. How are we reading the market here? What's happening in the market and the wagering leading up to this $8,000 claimer, Jonathan?
Yeah, the two's taking a lot of money. That's going to be my Twin Spires market mover. The drop here for Diodoro. Diodoro took the horse for 16 3 starts ago, then tried against Allowance Company, got the win in Allowance Company down at Louisiana Downs, and now drops in here for 8,000. Feels like one of those drops that Diodoro will make where he'll win. The horse will get claimed, and then they get the 8,000 for the claim, and they get the purse money.
To bet the market mover or any horse you like in the next race, Twin Spires offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. El Asesino. That was on August 11th at Louisiana Downs.
Yeah, and like we said, it was an allowance race. The horses were not for sale in that race. These horses that are in this race are all for sale for $8,000. You're probably 12 minutes late if you wanted to buy one for $8,000, but that is the difference. So the class level here is a lot less. So winning easily against tougher last time, good indication he'll run well today.
Do you care at all? Did you care that he's winless in the 4 tries at Churchill?
Not necessarily. That can be something, but with these kind of lower level types, the horse has only won 4 times in his life in general. So the fact that hasn't been able to get a win at Churchill is not necessarily a problem for me. And how many of those runs were with Diodoro? I mean, the last one was for Chris Hartman, so it's just a different situation.
4-5, El Asesino. This is part of the excitement of typically what's in spring, this meet at Churchill Downs. It's the stars schooling in the paddock for the Derby or the Oaks. Their speech, Jonathan, serious contender for the Kentucky Oaks.
Oh, absolutely. If it's very simple. These 2 races, I'm sorry, I don't have anything very creative when it comes to the Oaks and the Derby. If Gamine can get the distance, she'll win. If she can't, that's your Kentucky Oaks winner.
More so than Swiss Skydiver, in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm just not a believer. I just think that speech is... I think eventually it's going to catch up to Swiss Skydiver. Just a lot of travel, running that 1.25 miles here at Saratoga. She's going to have to deal with Gamine early in that race. So even if Gamine isn't the superstar that we hope she is and she can't go the 1 1/8, she is going to take starch out of Swiss Skydiver. And to me, speech is going to be set up perfectly.
Follow up on that conversation. Eclipse Thoroughbreds, of course, they owned a 3rd-place finisher in a Kentucky Derby, Danza, a few years back. Snaggletooth, Jonathan, drawn inside 8-1. How about this 5-length victory on the main track at Colonial?
Yeah, the performance was fine. The speed figure wasn't exactly where I wanted it to be, and it was kind of a jump up from what this horse had been running previously. So anytime a horse is running, let's just say 50-50, 50-50, and then they jump up and run a 70, you want to have a reason for why that happened. Maybe it was, sometimes there can be timing errors. Sometimes it can be a surface with moisture in it that maybe moved the horse up. There's a lot of things, maybe a bias can get into play. So I never trust the race after that potential aberration.
Snaggletooth, see how he builds on that winning effort. Start of the late pick 4 here at Churchill Downs. Live look there at Barry Lee. Miggy Mena riding in his 2nd Kentucky Derby. Is there, not that you have a ticket, but is there a horse you really like in this late pick 4 sequence?
Let's see. I'm trying to. I thought that Prompt was interesting. Ran against Intrepid Heart, who we saw up here at Saratoga.
Yep.
I like the cutback for that horse. Gets
That's
Johnny
in the 7th
Velasquez.
race.
Yeah, so I thought that one was a little bit interesting. In the 8th, I thought the 5 and the 7 made some sense at some interesting prices. And you get Tom Amos with the 5 there in the 8th race. And then to wrap it up, the 9 I thought was interesting. 30-1 morning line, a horse maybe you want to take a look at. Or the 11, don't need a name, 15-1. I thought that horse was interesting as well.
Late pick 4, Churchill Downs. Just great to see the racing from Churchill, and what an exciting week, and great to have it part of our coverage here on FS2, America's Day at the Races, kicking off the meet here at Churchill Downs in just 3 days until the Kentucky Oaks, the Kentucky Derby on Saturday. Of course, it's very different, and much like we've discussed at Saratoga, how much we miss the fans and how much we'll miss the fans at Churchill Downs as well. But it's still the Kentucky Derby, and considering how many other sporting events have been canceled throughout this pandemic, the fact that there will be a Kentucky Derby this season, I think that, that's where the focus should be for racing fans, and the excitement of the most prestigious race in North America will be the world. It'll take place on Saturday.
Look, I've been to the last 11 Kentucky Derbies. This will break my streak this year. But I'm okay with that. Obviously, the circumstances, it's not like I just couldn't go or didn't go. It's the circumstances are why I didn't. First time I ever walked into Churchill Downs, I watched Rachel Alexandra win the Oaks.
That was the first live race you saw?
Yep.
At Churchill?
Rachel. We meant to get there earlier, but we were driving from Nashville. It was a time change, and I wasn't aware of the time change. So Zenyatta scratched that day.
That's right.
If she wouldn't have scratched, we would have missed the race because we left too late.
You would have been in a good mood.
I'd have been really upset.
We have a late scratch. Feeling it, a late scratch at 17-1. Late scratch, feeling it out of this 6th race at Churchill Downs. Does that change the complexion of the race, in your opinion, whatsoever?
Feeling it didn't show speed last time, but did have a little bit of speed in the past. But no, I don't think that's going to affect the way the races run.
Feeling it is out. Slight delay. This field is 7. And El Asesino at 1-2. I'm going to follow up on your Swiss skydiver comment. Why the pessimism?
Well, I just think that when she ran here in the Alabama, we were looking at how there's a lot of talking about how her travel. I think she was in like 9 different states almost in this year so far running. Maybe it was 8, but I just feel like coming up here the 1.25 miles and then going back and having to off somewhat short rest, not 4 weeks. I think it's maybe 3. I'm just a little concerned about that. She's also drawn inside. She's going to have to deal with Gamine to her outside. Whether Gamine goes to the front or not, she's got an advantageous post position outside of her. And like I said, if Gamine doesn't want to go 1 1/8, she's going to go 1 mile. So to that top of the stretch, she's going to give Swiss Skydiver all she wants. And then if Gamine decides, okay, I don't want to go that far, and she stops, she is going to take starch out of Swiss Skydiver.
But it's not, so it's more theory. We didn't see anything in the Alabama performance that would lead you to believe, oh, wait, so that's a filly that's had a really taxing
she was
campaign.
phenomenal.
And,
No, she was phenomenal.
For Kenny McPeak, Peter Callahan, Swiss Skydiver, the Kentucky Oaks on Friday. Here, post time, start of the late pick 4. Travis Stone standing by with the 6th live on opening day from Churchill Downs.
In the gate and they're off. Slow beginning for El Asesino off near the back of the pack and now moving up and behind horses. Good beginning for Night Disruptor. Night Disruptor out to set the pace. Barry Lee is right there running along in second. Malpais toward the inside is racing third. Sharp Art comes on to be 4th. El Asesino is now back racing 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Red, Blue, and True comes away 6th, and at the back is Snaggletooth. 7 or 8 lengths from top to bottom. They're on the far turn, the quarter, 21 2/5 seconds. Night Disruptor, Barry Lee, and Sharp Art, 3 of them right across the track. Malpais is stuck in behind, racing 4th. El Asesino switches outside from 5th. Red, Blue, and True, and Snaggletooth coming for the top of the stretch. Sharp Art assumes control at the quarter pole. Night Disruptor back toward the inside. Malpais switches outside, and here he comes now. And then it's El Asesino, 1 furlong to go. Malpais is up for the lead with a furlong to run. Sharp Art is back into second. El Asesino on the outside closing in. Night Disruptor's back into 4th at the final 16th. And it's Malpais clear by 4 lengths down to the wire. Malpais works out the trip to score. Sharp Art held second. El Asesino was third, and Night Disruptor finished fourth.
Malpais for Joe Sharp. Gabe Saez in the 6th race at Churchill Downs, an assist by the favorite, El Asesino, pictured there, who didn't get out of the blocks clean. But first, another look at Malpais.
Yeah, Malpais was impressive. Ran up here at Saratoga a couple times and gets a little class relief and gets back to Churchill Downs, where the horses hit the board twice before. Got a great trip, great ride by Gabe Saez.
4th lifetime win. First in 4 tries Churchill Downs by a former Derby runner-up. We just saw that replay. Hard spun, second to Street Sense in 2007. What happened at the start, Jonathan?
Yeah, let's see. Just got off a little bit slow. Usually when you see them break slow, there's a stumble. They kind of, maybe their feet kind of get lost underneath them a little bit. But right there, just kind of broke out of there pretty slowly. And then right here kind of not rushed up into the race, but got back into the race. This horse ran pretty well considering. I'd predict this horse probably got claimed. So we'll see where they end up next. But this horse is a possibility for a bet back.
If you bet El Asesino, maybe singled in the sequence, not what you want to see. Opening up the door here for Malpais and Gabe Saez in the 6th race, Churchill Downs. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, in Louisville. He is set up for a big weekend to ride Gamine, the freakishly fast 3-year-old filly, winner of the Test in the Oaks, and Authentic for Bob Baffert in the 146th Kentucky Derby.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths. As they come down for the finish, Halliday with a front-running score in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. Swiss Skydiver is sailing home here in the Grade 1 Alabama. She's in front by 5. Gamine is a brilliant 3-year-old filly.
Sports look different this year, like Derby in the summer. While you're celebrating the fastest 2 minutes in sports at home, Twin Spires is your ticket to the Kentucky Derby. Bet on the Derby and do it all from your mobile device. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. The fun, fast, and easy way to bet on the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby. Download the app today.
Live look at Finger Lakes. Our coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races. So glad you could join us on FS2. We just watched Malpais rack up a 4th lifetime win and first in 8 tries this year. Gabe Size in the saddle for trainer Joe Sharp, 940, 482 in the stumbling, slow starting El Asesino, the 4-5 favorite. Hurt by the start and has to settle for a third place finish. Turning the page, race 7, Churchill, $40,000. Claimers, mile and a 16th, 3-year-olds and older. Your thoughts going into this one where Prompt is the 7-5 favorite?
Yeah, I thought Prompt was interesting with the cutback. Ran up here at Saratoga going the 9 furlongs. Remember, at Saratoga, we only have the 9 furlongs or the 7 furlongs on the dirt. Nothing in between. So I think a lot of horses get stuck in no man's land. I think that's what happened with Prompt. I think shorter will be better.
John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer to ride, a 2-time Kentucky Derby winner, looking for a third on Saturday. With Authentic, another look at the field for the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, 146 running of the Kentucky Derby. Field drawn earlier today. All the contention, the 3 shortest prices, 16, 17, 18. Authentic coming in off of a Haskell victory and the extreme outside, Jonathan, where John Velasquez figures to have the pedal to the metal.
I got to be honest, right when Authentic crossed the wire in the Haskell, I said to myself, I'm betting against him in the Derby. He does not want a mile and a quarter. Now, drawn to the outside, there doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in here. Bob Baffert, obviously a 5-time Kentucky Derby winner, knows how to get a horse ready for this. And
yeah, he's pretty good at this.
If he gets loose out on the front end and gets to go slow fractions, and if they go, 48 and change or, something crazy like 49 and change, which I don't think would happen in this day and age, maybe he can get brave on the front end. He's a very talented horse, but I think he's up against it with the distance.
That's the question. The trainer certainly is not. Victory by Authentic, and Bob Baffert would join. Ben Jones is the all-time leading Kentucky Derby winner with 6 Derby victories. Authentic towards the outside. And then the day before, of course, the Run for the Lilies in the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in North America, the Longines Kentucky Oaks, a field of 9. Velasquez, Baffert in the Derby, Velasquez, Baffert in the Oaks. Gamine, even money on the morning line.
This is almost a more exciting race, and to be honest, I'm fired up to see Gamine, Swiss Skydiver, and Speech hook up here. Look, Gamine, the question is she going to handle the mile and an eighth? She handled the Acorn, the one-turn mile. Richie Migliore, Gary Stevens will tell you that sometimes those one-turn configurations are more of a stamina test because you're running straight for a long time. You don't have to slow down going into the first turn.
Not slowing down there.
If she handled that mile, maybe she'll handle the mile and an eighth. I don't see a reason why.
Your gut, what do you think? Can she be as effective? Can she be as good? Does she have to be?
Yeah, my gut is that Donato Lani, Bob Baffert, when you buy a horse for $1.8 million, there's some stamina somewhere in the pedigree. You don't buy sprinters for that kind of money. I think she'll be able to do it. Bob Baffert doesn't seem to have problems getting horses to stretch out.
He speaks so highly of her, and rightfully so. Gamine, even money for the Kentucky Oaks. Swiss Skydiver, when she started winning races, the story was more about how the other fillies were losing. Not the case anymore. Having established herself as one of the finest 3-year-old fillies in North America, look at what she's doing in the mile and a quarter, Alabama.
No, she was magnificent. I'm not crazy about who was behind her in this race. And I also feel like she wasn't tested in this race. Now, she did it well. She did it visually impressively, but she's going to have to deal with Gamine.
Would you want her to be tested in that race? I think I'd feel less confident about her on Friday if she was exiting a real taxing race 20 days in between races.
No, of course. You would definitely you would downgrade her for that. But like my point is that the 3/8 pole, she's never been hooked by an animal that's going to like Gamine that's going to hook her at this 3/8 pole.
Superstars colliding in the Kentucky Oaks. More on the Oaks, more on the Derby. We're back to Finger Lakes. Maiden special weight. 2-year-olds here going 3/4 of a mile. Competitive race with Pagione. 2-1 favorite on the outside. Here we have a Jack's American Pie. 3-year-old gelding. In his debut, didn't do a lot of running, and he was 7-2, and he's being a complete brat on the track.
Yeah, it took some money that day. Showed a little bit of early speed for the early part of the race.
Done a lot of this summer, right? Let's work out. Outwork gelding.
Yeah, this horse has been training here at Saratoga for Rudy Rodriguez. I feel like this should be going on behind us right now.
First time starter by Wood Memorial winner Outwork. Bourbon Brown at 9-2.
Exits the same race as Jack's American Pie. Took some money in that race. Showed a little bit of speed. Kind of an even type. Should appreciate the stretch out.
5-2 on the morning line. Now 4-1. Number 4, first time starter by Wood Memorial winner Bellamy Road. This is the filly Tequila Road.
Tequila Road is not owned by our friend Lee Einseidler. I know you were probably thinking that, but first-time starter, 12%. The trainer is with first-time starters in their career.
Have a few fillies taking on the boys here. Park manager Mays, another filly here, a first-time starter by Micromanage.
Yeah, only 5% with first-time starters in the career for the trainer. I'm not going to try to pronounce. I think I'd probably mess that up.
By Micromanage, as was Jack's American Pie, who you already saw. Forcinex debuting gelding by FNX, one-time Breeders' Cup Classic runner-up, 2015 to American Pharoah.
Oh, FNX, what a cool horse he was.
Yeah.
The trainer's 2 for 24 in the career with first-time starters.
And lost FNX way, way too soon. Passion, the favorite in her debut, and things didn't work out with some trouble. Looking to graduate in her second career start.
Yeah, she was favored that day for Todd Pletcher, and the horse wasn't claimed but transferred to Jeremiah. And I think the reason why is because Jeremiah runs horses at Finger Lakes and felt like this horse probably wasn't going to get the job done a little bit east here at Saratoga.
Graduation day for one of these 2-year-olds. Meantime, it's Naira Betts. Limited time leading up to this Kentucky Derby. New members, $25 free play immediately after sign-up. Plus, they can take advantage of up to a $200 deposit match after their first deposit with promo code DERBY25. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to get your account ready for the Kentucky Derby on Saturday with promo code DERBY25. So, Jonathan, let's say you have a horse player that doesn't play often on Mondays or Tuesdays, so they don't get a chance to zero in on Finger Lakes as often. If you happen to be playing a racetrack that you're not as familiar with or you don't play as often, what's your approach and strategy about tackling that particular day's program?
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is the universal language of the speed figure. Andy Beyer was, kind of the pioneer, if you will, of speed figures, and the reason is because looking at raw time at these different racetracks doesn't always tell the story. And so what you have to do is you have to find a way to put all of those numbers on an even playing field so that you can actually decide which horse was running faster, where, and whatever. And so the Beyer speed figure really helps. That's what I lean on when I'm looking at racetracks where I don't know the connections as well, so I can't play that game of, Chad's dropping one for Seth Klarvich, so obviously this is I can't play that game at Finger Lakes on a Tuesday. So I lean on speed figures the most.
Back to basics. Speed figures. 2-1, Passion, who is the favorite, as they've reached the starting gate.
Which doesn't help us much in this race, right? It's a maiden special weight with a couple of first-time starters. I'm going to lean on the horses that shipped in. I think Let's Work Out shipping in for Rudy, and then the 2 horses to the outside for Jeremiah that shipped in as well. I'm not crazy about the 8. That horse did 0 running. I don't care if the horse ran in the Derby last time. They did 0 running, so I don't think that the class relief of heading over to Finger Lakes is going to be enough to wake this one up.
Why wasn't Maggie in the paddock for this 2-year-old race? It's not that far.
No, it's like, what is she doing?
We've become too reliant. Maggie's paddock reports for the 2-year-olds, how they're behaving, how they're acting, giving us a better idea of what to expect on the racetrack. We'll see how these 2-year-olds perform. Several fillies with the boys. As Tequila Road, Bellamy Road filly steps forward. Hopefully they'll mind their manners. The first time several of these have actually done this. Tequila Road coaxed forward. Park manager Mays. Passion is the favorite at post time, or at least for the time being, as they continue to file into the gate. Tony Kalo with the call. 2-year-olds here. Race number 6 live from Finger Lakes.
This comedian is in. Pasion, the last of 8. Ready for the 2-year-olds. And there they go. Let's Work Out and Pasion show good speed. Miss Comedian's up close with Tequila Road. Jack's American Pie is 5th, flanked by Bourbon Brown. Forcinex races with Park manager Mays. Miss Comedian has a narrow lead from stablemate Pazione from the far outside. Let's Work Out continues to show speed from the rail. Jack's American Pie strides into fourth, getting within 3. Tequila Road is now 6 lengths from the front. Bourbon Brown 7 off the lead. Park Manager Mays 8 lengths defined from the rail. And Forcinex is the last of all the 2-year-olds. And Jeremiah Engelhardt is 1-2 heading into the turn. It's Miss Comedian with Pazione. Miss Comedian and Pazione side by side. Jack's American Pie continues to close in from third. Let's Work Out still in the battle from the rail, just losing a little bit of ground. Bourbon Brown and Tequila Road have 7 defined, and we're going to force the next. They turn for home. Let's Work Out from the rail. Let's Work Out. He stays in the race, and he makes his move up the inside. Miss Comedian fights on. Farther out, Jack's American Pie. Pazione is fourth, then Tequila Road. Here comes Jack's American Pie after Let's Work Out. And also there, Miss Comedian, but it's Let's Work Out. Let's Work Out at 5-1. Let's Work Out for Miss Comedian. Jack's American Pie third, fourth, and fifth involving Pazione.
The gelded son of Wood Memorial winner, Outwork, Let's Work Out, strikes in his debut, race 6 Finger Lakes.
Yeah, 2-7 exacta. Those 2 horses, both their last works were at Saratoga. So just a little bit of class relief, getting away from the hard knockers here at Saratoga and heading west, I believe, to Finger Lakes.
Go back to the start. Keep your eye on post 3, kind of behind the ladder there, and Bourbon Brown. That's not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard, JK.
No, especially in a dirt sprint. It's hard to make up that ground. Being forwardly placed at a dirt sprint is where you want to be. You'll see the first and second place finishers are first and second right now, first and third-ish. But you want to be forwardly placed.
Another look head on. See what happens. That's just an old school, old-fashioned stumble leaving the gate.
Yeah, different than what we just saw at Churchill.
Yeah. Much more from Finger Lakes results when we come back, as our coverage continues. As always, brought to you in part by Runhappy. America's Day at the Races. Runhappy, Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, champion sprinter at the age of 3, now standing at Claiborne Farm.
This September, Fasig-Tipton will host an unprecedented showcase, combining the best of our traditional selected yearling sales into one extraordinary catalog. 662 yearlings approved on pedigree and confirmation, with over 175 New York breds from America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners and graded stakes winners sold. Selected sales, superior results. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th in Lexington, Kentucky.
Into the final furlong of the Claiborne Breeders' Futurity, and Classic Empire wins it in style.
Here's the Meyer, Classic Empire. He's a champion 2-year-old.
Here's the champ, Classic Empire! Classic Empire!
When success occurs again and again, it's more than good fortune. It's building a legacy of leadership. It's standing sires of nearly 1,000 graded stakes winners, over 250 Grade 1 winners, 22 champions, and 17 classic winners. For 5 decades, Lane's End is one proven formula for success. Win. This is what we stand for.
He's very athletic, very balanced. He's got all the right parts in all the right places. He's a very good mover on the end of the shank, and he's a great mover out in the field, so he's got all the parts. So when you pull him out of the stall, it's a wow.
This is a colt by Runhappy out of the AP Indy Mare Orate. He's got a lot of size, a lot of scope, beautifully balanced, and looks like a classic distance horse, much like we've seen with a lot of the Runhappies.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So glad you could join us on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy. A statue of Pat Day at Churchill Downs. Finally got that Derby win, Lil E.T. at a massive price. So many riding titles over the years, the Hall of Famer Pat Day. Race 7, Churchill, $40,000 claimers, mile and a 16th. Riders up, scratch numbers 6 and 10 as the favorite, Prompt, JK. Even money now, 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, you get Johnny Velasquez, you get Bill Mott, and you get a little bit of a cutback. Went a mile and an 8th last time at Saratoga, now getting the mile and a 16th. And it's only a 16th of a mile. It's not the biggest difference in the world, but I think that this horse will appreciate that cutback. Like I said, I feel like the horse just maybe got stuck in that no man's land up here in Saratoga where you can only go the 7 furlongs or the 9 furlongs.
Huge difference that for a tweener, it makes it tricky up here. Churchill, though, where you can run a mile and a 16th. Finger Lakes, meanwhile, you see the results. We had a 10-1 winner in race number 5, mild upset in race number 6. Here at Churchill, we'll see about this $40,000 claimer with Prompt. Even money. And that post parade brewing here on opening day, Kentucky Derby week. Big news this morning, the defection of the colt who was expected to be the second choice on the morning line. That's a tough one for Art Collector. That was the Louisville team, and a Louisville native owner, Bruce Lunsford, and Tom Drury as well, and so many expecting big things from Art Collector. And it's not the first time. You go back to Escondrea and I Want Revenge and AP Indy in the early 90s, just awful timing for a horse to have any type of setback, slight injury, whatever the case might be, and they'll always wonder what may have been. Post-parade, Charlie's Angel here, Charlie's Archangel at 8-1.
Yeah, this horse claimed from Tom Amos for 25, now running for 40, a little confidence.
Number 2, Knight's Cross, an outsider at 26-1.
A couple races back, this horse was entered for 15,000 and scratched, now in for 40, maybe too deep of waters.
Honoring Major, best of luck to our friend and colleague Tom Amos.
Yeah, this horse has been close to some moderate paces and back-to-back races. A little bit of a downgrade for me.
Had a nice long look at Knight's Cross, honoring Major, Florent Giroux aboard, then a contender in the form of Street to Indy. Number 4, Robertino Diodoro, hoping to make amends after the favorite. He struggled in the 6th race.
Yeah, well, this one didn't break well from the gate last time. Hopefully, I'm sure Diodoro wouldn't like to see that again.
Number 5, Fort Peck for Michael Tomlinson.
Yeah, a little class relief. Ran for 62.5 last time, 50,000 before that. Now is in for 40.
Scratch Arrival, number 7, Hardly a Secret, 11-time winner, this 6-year-old gelding.
Yeah, this horse ran on the poly track, an artificial surface last time, got the win, back to the dirt. 2 back, the dirt race was pretty good.
Even money favorite, Prompt.
Yeah, the cutback, the class relief, the Hall of Fame connections. That's why the price is so short.
All adds up to even money. How about Harvey Wallbanger and make the rider Tyler Gaffley own?
I just love this horse's name. It's a drink, by the way.
Really, yeah.
Someone said it was a buffalo one time.
I think both are true.
Okay.
I think both are true.
I like the drink version better.
He was a huge price in a Kentucky Derby prep race back in Gulfstream Park. Was Harvey Wallbanger. Now here he is for Kenny McPeak, has his big 3-year-old filly going on Friday in the Kentucky Oaks with Skydiver. As far as Twin Spires and wanting to get involved, the official wagering partner Twin Spires of the Kentucky Derby, offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the race today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Really good time to sign up.
Whatever really ADW you're using, deposit early. Do not wait until Saturday on Derby Day.
Go back to this race here and Charlie's Archangel. A couple of them exiting this race at Indiana Grand back on 28th of July.
Yeah, this race they ran for 25. Tom Amos did. Dropped the horse in for 25. The horse was bet down to 5-2. Didn't get the job done there, but was claimed and now is running for a higher price. To me, that's a little bit of confidence. They feel like they don't want to lose the horse. They took the horse for 25. They felt like maybe if they ran back for the same level or something near it, someone might claim the horse, and they don't want. It seems that they don't want that to happen, so they're going to now run for 40. That's a confident move to me.
Tom Amos with Honoring Major. How about this 7-year-old gelding by the Derby winner Street, sent Street to Indy, ranging up there at Churchill Downs. 2 starts back. Just going to miss by a head here, Jonathan.
Yeah, it was the pace wasn't particularly fast. This one got a pretty good trip, saving ground down on the inside. I always downgrade horses who come out of good trips. If you get a good trip and you can't get the job done, my thought is, well, if you get a perfect trip today, are you going to win? And what if you don't get one? Are you going to overcome some adversity? And I just don't trust that Street to Indy would do so.
About the distance, though, really turning it on late. The mile race at Ellis Park now at 1 mile and a 16th, where he is a 2-time winner. Street to Indy while we look at Fort Peck.
Yeah, the distances are always important in these races. I think the distance is one of the most underrated and underappreciated things when it comes to horseplay. I think people look at a 2-turn dirt race, whether it's a mile and a 16th, or a mile and an 8th, and they clump all of those into one. They do the same thing with sprints, 6 or 5.5, 6, 6.5, and 7. They clump those into one thing, but the differences are drastic to me in a lot of those situations. So if you're working on your handicapping game, spend a little bit more time focusing on the differences in horses' abilities to go certain distances.
As you look at Harvey Wallbanger, that long shot Holy Bull winner last year for Kenny McPeak. McPeak Swiss skydiver in the Oaks. So do you feel as though for a month leading up to the Derby, normally all those preps, for the most part, 1 mile and an 1/8. And that's one of the biggest questions about every horse going into the Derby. Yeah, but now they have to run a little bit farther, from 1 mile and an 1/8 and 1 mile and a quarter. It seems as though for some reason for the Derby that's a topic of conversation much more focused on than in any other race, because they've never raced at 1 mile and a quarter this year. Much different, obviously, with the schedule change. But you're right. It doesn't seem like there's as much focus on that particular angle when it comes to other distances that sometimes get clumped together.
Yeah, right. I mean, horses will go, 5.5, 6. I guess we'll see it in the hopeful and the spin away, where they're going to be going that 7 furlongs. There'll be conversations of, well, they ran well going 6. Do they want the extra furlong? Are they just a sprinter? But it's the topic of conversation. It's why the Kentucky Derby is so special, I think, is because it's in May. They're trying that distance for the first time, so that there's that excitement of, oh my goodness, are they going to handle it? And then the second thing, which we talked about earlier with Art Collector, is there's no redos. When you lose the Super Bowl, you can go in the locker room and your coach can pat you on the back and say, next year.
We'll be back next year.
You'll have another shot at this. That doesn't exist with the Kentucky Derby. It's only for 3-year-old horses, and unless you can stop time, you're not going to be able to run it again. That's why it's so exciting. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, literally, and you're answering questions for the first time. Will these horses go 1.25 miles? There's 20 horses in the gate. That does not happen very often in American racing, actually never, except for the Derby for the most part. And so that's why that race is so special and so exciting.
One shot for the horse. Sure, owners, trainers, jockeys, multiple chances, but for the horse, one shot. And for Team Art Collector, that's a tough pill to swallow for, again, a colt who would have been the second choice in the morning line, we believe, for the 146th Kentucky Derby. Post-time race 7, Churchill, Travis Stone standing by.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Hardly a secret toward the outside, breaks well. Street to Indy, gun through between horses. Charlie's Archangel toward the inside with speed as well, and these two hook up. Street to Indy and Charlie's Archangel race into the clubhouse, turn together, and Street to Indy is faster early. Opens up to lead by 2.5. Charlie's Archangel backs off to be second. Knight's Cross comes away in third. Fort Peck is 3 or 4 wide, moving up from fourth. The Street to Indy tries to back down that pace. They're tightly packed up top now. 3 lengths back to Honoring Major, who comes away fifth. Another 8 lengths from there to Harvey Wallbanger. Harvey Wallbanger is about 10 lengths off the lead with 5 furlongs to go. Just clear of Hardly a Secret. Another 6 or 7 back to Prompt. Prompt is a dozen behind with 4.5 furlongs left. The quarter, 23 and 3. The half and 47 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Street to Indy trying to see it out. Charlie's Archangel on the outside is right there. Moving up. 3 wide is Fort Peck. Fort Peck is honing in. Knight's Cross is under pressure while fourth. Honoring Major started to make some progress from fifth. 6 lengths back to Hardly a Secret and Harvey Wallbanger. And struggling at this point is Prompt. Prompt is last by the quarter pole. Street to Indy, turning for home in front by a length and a quarter. Charlie's Archangels coming after that one. Fort Peck's putting in a late bid. Honoring Majors fourth down the center of the track. Hardly a Secret. Knights Cross 1 furlong to go. Fort Peck puts a nose in front. Street to Indy battles on, but back into second. Charlie's Archangel is third. Hardly a Secret. Way late on the scene is Prompt, but on the wire. Fort Peck at 18-1. Wins it by a length. Street to Indy was second. Charlie's Archangel was third. And Prompt from last to be fourth.
Upset here in the 7th Churchill Downs. Fort Peck, 5th lifetime win. 4 at Churchill. Engineers the upset with Joe Rocco in the saddle.
Yeah, a little class relief helps. Obviously likes the surface at Churchill Downs. A multiple winner there. This will be the 4th win at Churchill. Yeah, I mean, he ran well. I mean, the favorite was just nowhere until late.
What's going on with Prompt?
He just seemed very disinterested early in the race, where you'd think that he was last coming into the stretch. He would have stayed last. And then he comes flying into your picture right here, the far outside, the 8-horse. And when they gallop out, which is the turn after the wire, he's even with the rest of them. For whatever reason, he wasn't interested in the race early. Fort Peck was.
Maybe just took a while to get things going, to build up that momentum, but disappointing for the favorite. Fort Peck takes full advantage for owner Mike Farrar. Michael Tomlinson winning trainer. Fort Peck in an upset. Results when we come back. 18-1 at post time. Stay tuned.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now, his much-anticipated first crop are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Fitness is, was, and always will be about keeping a routine. And the best routines in life did, do, and always will make time for enjoying yourself.
You look like a flower, each and every way.
Sports look different this year, like Derby in the summer. While you're celebrating the fastest 2 minutes in sports at home, Twin Spires is your ticket to the Kentucky Derby. Bet on the Derby and do it all from your mobile device. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. The fun, fast, and easy way to bet on the Kentucky Derby. Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby. Download the app today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Coverage brought to you in part here by Naira Bets. Horses in the paddock there at Finger Lakes as their coverage continues from Finger Lakes, and also Churchill Downs opening day, Derby week, and another upset here. Fort Peck at a big price here, Jonathan.
No, absolutely. The class relief helped this one, and got a nice trip too. Sat kind of that stalking trip, which is so good at Churchill Downs.
39.80. That work for you?
Yeah. Who's alive in the pick 5 there?
Street to Indy, Charlie's Archangel, 5-4-1. And Prompt just got it going too late. Came running just too little too late.
Yeah, and you got to think Johnny Velasquez, it's not like it's some apprentice rider. You'd be like, oh, what's he doing back there?
Yeah.
The horse wasn't cooperating early in the race, and then they turned for home, decided to start running.
Turn the page, race number 8 in the $62,500 allowance, optional claimer, 3-year-olds and older, mile and a 16th on grass. And hey, Dakota, even money early on. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. You mentioned John Velasquez, a Hall of Famer, inducted right across the street here at Saratoga, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, and reopening very soon. And the upgrades and renovations, some of the changes we'll have a chance to see when we come back. The Hall of Fame, all part of the experience here in Saratoga Springs. Stay tuned.
He's a very nice colt, very good mover. He's done everything we've asked as far as exercising, hand walking, and just handles everything in stride.
He's got a great pedigree, he's got a great physical, but the thing I like the best about him is his walk. He's just a well-balanced horse. And he's one of those horses you get really excited to sell. I mean, you want to sell that kind of horse.
Runhappy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Tacitus headlines the woodwork.
Tacitus now draws away, and Tacitus is pouring it on here.
He turned in this explosive performance on the 4th of July in his last start.
He's going to win the 134th Suburban.
Moretti finished second in the Suburban. However, he's won 3 of 4, including his Saratoga debut last time out.
Moretti has won the Birdstone Stakes.
Watch the Grade 1 Woodward on Saratoga Live Saturday.
As they come down for the finish, Halliday with a front-running score in the Grade 1 4-Star Dave. Swiss Skydiver is sailing home here in the Grade 1 Alabama. She's in front by 5. Gamine is a brilliant 3-year-old filly.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We looked at the Hall of Fame, the whole team here, and it was sleepy. So we needed to have them more interactive and lively. And our goal was to be the best sports Hall of Fame in the country. And we sought out the best people to help us achieve that goal. Well, it's a race day gallery. This is kind of get the people ready for the main event, which is the track and the races. And so this gets the excitement built up before they go in and see the film. So you can explore the different tracks that were in existence and still are in existence. You get to see the winner's circle, get your picture taken with the horse, do a race call. You can explore the plaques. You can go to the interactive jockeys and trainers and see their quotes, see their photos, see their videos. And you really get a feel for who they were, because a lot of these people have passed on. And you see their races come to life. You could spend all day in there. And I think we've accomplished our goal of being the best sports Hall of Fame in the country, and I'm very proud of this team.
Looks like some really cool stuff and some of the renovations, and about to reopen here right across the street, the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, a absolute must visit for any thoroughbred racing fan.
Yeah, I've been to a few museums in my life with like dinosaurs and art and stuff. This is my kind of museum.
That one's your kind of museum, more so. The very best of the best, and looking forward to see the ceremony next year for the 2020 class and 2021 next year at the Hall of Fame just across the street here at Saratoga. Meantime, look at this. This is a great story. The New York Racing Association to help students at Saratoga Springs High School and Maple Avenue Middle School maintain proper social distancing while eating outdoors by loaning 175 picnic tables to the Saratoga Springs City School District. The picnic tables, a fixture of the popular backyard here at Saratoga Racecourse, will be loaded onto those trucks you saw throughout the morning to be delivered to the 2 local schools. Jonathan, that's like automatically the cool kids table, right?
Yeah, maybe the tradition will rub off and make some new fans.
Great stuff there. 175 picnic tables. We were just looking at the Hall of Fame here at Saratoga Springs, the museum at Churchill, incredible. And here at Finger Lakes, we have a post parade for this 7th race. These are sprinters, 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older. And was won now Paul, 11-1 pictured.
I want to know the story so bad behind that. No early speed for this horse in a 5.5 dirt sprint.
2 for 3 lifetime. Both of those wins here at Finger Lakes. A Sergeant Drive overlaid.
Yeah, ran last time at Saratoga, cutting back in distance from the 9 furlongs to the 5.5. It's a pretty sharp cutback.
Some cool names in this field. Another look at was, won, now Paul. Sergeant Drive will follow eventually. Well, the 2 horse is 2 for 3. This guy, he's had his opportunities. 2 for 24 lifetime. This will be his Finger Lakes debut. 8-1 currently. Buston, Timberlake. Buston, Stones, Gelding. First or second in 3 of 4 overall.
I'll tell you what, this race might win the award for like the best names of the summer.
There's some good ones.
Yeah.
There are some good ones.
Buston Timberlake looks like a very likely winner to me.
Really? 5-1. We've had some upsets here in the last couple of races, both Churchill and at Finger Lakes. There's a Samurai Legacy, 14-1 outsider.
This horse has some really fast early speed, but slows down pretty bad late in his races.
Skipping on Orchard. There he is off the board in his last 2 after a win at Aqueduct last March.
Yeah, this one has a little speed as well, cutting back in distance from the 6 furlongs to the 5.5.
There's number 7, Letter Carrier Henry, 2-time winner, both at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about the last race. The figure wasn't particularly fast, but 2 back was a little bit more impressive. Maybe this horse will run better second off a break.
Financial stability was in Seth Klarman and Chad Brown's stable, the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, this horse dropped in for $16,000 and got the win early in the meet at Saratoga. And Charlie Baker picked this horse up and took him to Finger Lakes. Could be tough as well.
Baker always puts up good numbers. Finger Lakes, Bassman Drive, you just there. By a Derby winner, and Big Brown, currently 9-2 contender on the outside.
I would think this is going to be the horse that's on the lead early. We'll see if that one can hold on.
So that's the field. 5.5 furlong dash here. 3-year-olds and older. They are all 2 for something. And we are about a minute to post here. Race number 7, Finger Lakes. Another heads up. This is time running out on this one. You want to get involved with NYRA Bets. Bet the Derby and all the great racing at Churchill and Saratoga this week with promo code Derby25 to earn that free play and deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NYRABets.com to get your account ready for the Kentucky Derby this Saturday with promo code Derby25. And as Jonathan mentioned, get everything in line and get everything in order very early.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's just heavy traffic on those days. It gets busy. It's the Derby is a powerful being. I think I told maybe I was with Wolfie where I said I've seen the ATMs at Churchill run out of money. It won't happen this year, unfortunately.
That has to be like a little frustrating. If you're next in line, no cash. That walk of shame back to the ATM. So yeah, get set and have everything in line early. Saturday, monster day of thoroughbred racing, Kentucky Derby, the Oaks on Friday. But first things first, the 7th race at Finger Lakes. So the board is telling you financial stability. Again, was claimed. 2 starts back. He was with Chad Brown, owned by Seth Klarman. Here he is at Finger Lakes, but you're going in another direction.
Yeah, I mean, look, this horse can absolutely win. It's a classy type of horse who obviously just didn't fit into the Klarovich and Chad Brown program of what they're trying to accomplish. So they dropped the horse, got a win. And the whole idea is let someone else who wants to play that game. And that was Charlie Baker. Charlie picked the horse up, and Charlie, one of the most dangerous, I don't like saying underrated, underappreciated, I would think maybe trainers in New York. Maybe the rest of the world isn't familiar. People that follow New York racing know exactly who he is. I just felt like in this spot, based on that, because of all the money that one's going to take, I think Buston Timberlake makes a little bit of sense. Fast speed figure last time. Now that was on a sloppy racetrack, so that's always a concern, but the price is slightly more attractive than what you're getting on Financial Stability.
As they've reached the gate, and you're looking at Was One now, Paul, are you surprised at the discrepancy in terms of price between number 4, Bustin' Timberlake, and the favorite, Financial Stability?
No, not at all. This horse, Financial Stability, people are going to look down. They're going to see the Chad Brown. They're going to see the horse 1 at Saratoga. That's gonna impact the price on that one. So, and even so, the name familiarity with some of these horses can sometimes drag out a little extra money.
Financial Stability. There you're looking at Samurai Legacy. Bustin' Timberlake arrives on the scene, steps forward. Should be just off the pace. Some outside speed. Bassman Dave, a threat. Filing into the gate, all set for the 7th race at Finger Lakes live. Tony Kalo standing by.
Jeremias Flores and Bruce Anderson teamed up with Smart Broad earlier on the card. They're skipping on Orchard, one of the big long shots. Letter Carrier Henry, Oscar Gomez, and Paul Barrow looking for 2. Oscar's looking for 3. There's Financial Stability, the favorite. Tammy Permarini picking up the mount. Baseman Dave and Ladies Golden Guy. Lots of speed on paper. The Tuesday feature, a good one. And we had one bust through the starting gate. That's Letter Carrier Henry. Letter Carrier Henry causing a delay before the start of the 7th race.
Slight delay here. We hope just a slight delay. Letter Carrier Henry busting through the starting gate. And Too Eager, look at that. Gomez doing everything he possibly can to stay aboard A, not let him get too far away. Doing his best Whitmore impersonation. More of a gate malfunction with Whitmore, but still right through the front of the gate before the Vanderbilt. Letter Carrier Henry and Jonathan. Looks like they'll keep everyone else in line and reload him, hoping everyone else stays settled. We'll try this again. Tuesday feature, as Tony Kalo mentioned. Take 2, live, race 7, Finger Lakes.
Feature. And there they go. Slow start for Was One. Now Paul. Letter Carrier Henry's been eager from the beginning. Baseman Dave goes with him. Samurai Legacy makes 3 gunning for the lead. Ladies Golden Guy comes away in the 4th position. I'm going to Bustin' Timberlake in 5th, 7 off the lead. From his outside race is skipping on Orchard. I'm going to roll with my posse. Was One. Now Paul Sargent Drive in the 2-path. Financial Stability's the last of all. And he's 3 or 4 wide heading into the turn. 22 seconds, very quick for Baseman Dave opening up. He leads by nearly 5 lengths to Samurai Legacy. Ladies Golden Guy makes a bid for 3rd. Letter Carrier Henry gives way. Bustin' Timberlake needs to go from there. There's Financial Stability now trying to close in the 2-path, and here comes Financial Stability. Baseman Dave, the one to come and get. Ladies Golden Guy has a look. He's closing in after this later. Baseman Dave coming back. There's Ladies Golden Guy on the attack. Ladies Golden Guy up to the front. Ladies Golden Guy opening up. Ladies Golden Guy free and focused in the late stages. Sergeant Drive flew late for 2nd. Financial Stability 3rd. Baseman Dave crumbled and had to settle for 4th for the Super.
Ladies Golden Guy in the 7th race at Finger Lakes here, able to run down Bassman Dave and go on to victory in the Tuesday feature at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, got a nice setup from the outside, has some tactical speed, didn't necessarily use it today. Baseman Dave went out to the front and went fast on the front end and does what Baseman Dave usually does. He goes out there, gives you a thrill, and
man, he hit
gets
a wall.
Little tired late.
Really hit a wall late, did Baseman Dave. Results coming up, Finger Lakes, Churchill Downs. Meantime, opening day coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races. Looking ahead to race number 8, about 10 minutes out. Coverage Derby week from the Downs continues. Stay tuned.
The winemakers in France call it terroir. It's about the soil, the water, the sun, and so much more. Outside of Paris, in Bourbon County, the hard boots refer to it as a darn good place to raise a darn nice horse. Hillendale's Alapa has been synonymous with quality for nearly 200 years. Among the prized colts that called this farm home were the French import Prince Palatine, who was responsible for the leading sire, Prince Quillo, who stood next door at Claiborne. His progeny included champions Round Table, Misty Morn, and Hill Prince. He was a 7-time leading broodmare sire, most notably of Something Royal, dam of the Great Secretariat. This land is our legacy. Its heritage is our inspiration. Quality is the focus, plain and simple. Welcome to Hillendale at Alapa.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com. Sign up now for a $25 free play and up to a $200 deposit match with promo code Derby25.
Churchill Downs in Louisville, Kentucky. Welcome back, everyone. Opening day coverage beneath the Twin Spires on America's Day at the races. Race number 8 from Churchill Downs, $62,500 allowance optional claimer. The purses, unbelievable, $103,000 for that 8th race at Churchill Downs. And this is a live look from Churchill. There was a technical difficulty. We were going to show you the post-parade on tape. We don't have the ability to do so, and Jonathan, I blame you.
Yep, I'll take the blame.
$103,000 purse.
Yeah, the purses at Churchill have been, even going back into the spring, they've just been big. And even last fall, they were working on getting their purses up. So it's pretty impressive, $103,000 for an allowance optional claiming.
Sure.
Stakes races that are $3,000 less than that.
No, I think just in the last race, it was like a $97,000 purse or something along those lines. Again, so they're on the turf course, listed as good, results in Finger Lakes. And we've seen some, this isn't a big upset, but the favorites, Jonathan, have been struggling in the last few races at Finger Lakes as Ladies Golden Guy strikes.
Yeah, got a great trip, got some pace to run into, and got the job done, 1260.
That was Finger Lakes here, Churchill Downs, the Twin Spires Market Mover. The horse attracting the most support late in betting, and that horse is number 5, Silver Liaison. To bet the Market Mover or any horse you like in the next race, Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now, Jonathan. Silver Liaison at 9-2 while you look at Tiz a Runner.
Yeah, I like the Silver Liaison. I thought that Tom Amos last time put this horse on the front end. Horse, they went fast. The pace figures were pretty fast in that race. I don't think that this horse will have to go that fast to get the lead in here. Jimmy Graham, he's actually kind of sneaky with putting horses in turf races on the lead, and I felt like this horse is going to be out there on the front end And that's a huge advantage. You know, we see it all the time here at Saratoga. These paceless races. This one won't be paceless. I think this horse will be out on the front end.
Silver and Lay. By Liaison. Silver and Lay. Twin Spires market mover, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com. Sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Silver and Lay, the market mover. There's Hey Dakota. We saw Tiz the Law. And let's go back to his most recent effort, the 7-year-old gelding. There he is, looming up on the outside at Gulfstream Park. A victory here on a firm turf course, Jonathan.
Yeah, firm turf course for a trainer that wins at a high percentage down there. And that was a little bit of a concern for me just because it's a different situation here. Now, don't get me wrong. I think Brian Lynch is a phenomenal trainer. I struggle with guys down in South Florida that win at high percentages, and then that on a firm turf course, then the horse shows up here, is going to get a little bit of cut in the ground. Track is listed, the turf is listed as good. So that was a concern for me when it came to Tiz a Runner. But I think Brian Lynch does a phenomenal job.
Phenomenal job. There's a very fast 2-year-old filly, unblemished on grass. Brian Lynch won a stakes race at Saratoga here. 2 races back at Keeneland. This is Kazarunga with Miggy Mena today, Jonathan. 3rd place finish at Keeneland on a good turf course.
Yeah, and the only issue I have with that is that horse came from way out of it, and the pace was pretty honest. You'll see in the top right corner, the half mile was 46 and change. That's running, especially on a turf course that has some give into it like they did at Keeneland that day. So this would be a downgrade for me based off of that performance just because the pace was so fast. I don't think that this one the pace is going to be nearly as quick in here.
3rd 2 starts back, 2nd most recent. That pattern continues. Positive sign perhaps for Kazaranga. How about number 3, Big Beautiful Wall? Here at Churchill, where he has not won in 5 starts, but did win in his most recent effort early August at Ellis.
Yeah, he did. Got a nice trip that day. Just sat kind of right in there behind and got the job done on the firm. And then even 2 back at Ellis ran well on some good ground, was closing into a slow pace after missing the break. And so Big Beautiful Wall makes a lot of sense in here.
9-1. Is that an example? Because there were so many within just a couple of lengths of each other at the wire. Is that a blanket finish that you would typically avoid those horses in their next races?
Yeah, I mean, I think that when the idea that when there's a blanket finish that just none of them really ran that well. That's where my brain goes immediately. It's like maybe they're just all not that good. There's no real separator in there. Maybe the race was kind of weak. Now, there's times where that doesn't always happen to be the case. There'll be blanket finishes when you know the horses are really good. The problem that I have with this one is got a nice trip last time. I just don't like betting horses off of nice trips.
Off of nice trips. And those horses will be arriving at that starting gate. And the gate crew do such a fine job. You've heard it before, but yes, unsung heroes of the sport, doing everything they can, get the horses, keep them nice and steady, calm, relaxed, and the safety of the riders as well. As this field for the 8th race still on the main track, they'll cross over to the turf course. And Hey Dakota, wow, still at 6-5 as we've just about reached post time, but you still have a few moments.
Yeah, Hey Dakota, the only issue I have with Hey Dakota is last time the ground was soft. And at Ellis. Now, the degrees of how soft it was there versus it being good today, still just the idea that it was not firm. Hey Dakota didn't run that well on not firm. And at a short price, that's an issue for me. Now, I have, the 7 Golden Dragon didn't run well last time on soft ground, but it's Mike Maker, you're getting Ricardo, and you're 14-1, so I'm fine paying to figure out at 14-1 versus 6-5.
Favorites have struggled at Churchill the last couple of races, crossing over to the turf course. I was just thinking quickly, Jonathan, while we were discussing Art Collector and him having scratched this morning. Again, likely second choice for the Derby. I reached out to Kenny McPeak just to ask him, if that would have happened last week, would you have thought about running Swiss Skydiver in the Derby as well as she ran, going a 1.25 miles in the Alabama? And Kenny said, this is just a quick text exchange, probably not. I'm really looking forward to the Oaks and settling champion 3-year-old filly. And thought that was interesting. How much that means. 3-year-old filly champion and what's on the line in the Oaks. They're off.
Tiz the Runner from mid-pack breaks out okay. Kazirenka's there. High Promise on the outside. Golden Dragon is up close too, but is backing off the pace as they move by us for the first time. Kazirenka's out to set the pace, and it's an easy lead so far. High Promise running in second. Silver Lake comes on to be third. Golden Dragon toward the inside settles in from fourth. And then down inside, Tiz the Runner's racing in fifth. Hey Dakota comes away sixth. Morning Social down inside seventh, and Big Beautiful Walls at the back in eighth. Only about 6 lengths off the lead, though. They move for the backstretch run. A pokey opening quarter mile in 24 and 4/5 seconds. Kazirenka is the leader by a length. High Promise with only mild pressure on the outside second. A break or two back, Silver and Lay, third outside of Golden Dragon. They've been together third and fourth throughout. Tiz the Runner keyed up from there, fifth and behind horses heading for the far turn run. Then it's Hey Dakota. Hey Dakota is about 6 lengths off the lead in sixth. Big Beautiful Wall and Morning Social. They're on the far turn. Kazirenka still the leader. High Promise a little bit closer, though. High Promise is cranking up the pressure midway around the far turn. Golden Dragon is tucked away toward the rail. Silver and Lay's asked to go now. Hey Dakota circles up with a wide bid. Then it's Big Beautiful Wall. Top of the stretch, Kazirenka. Kazirenka clear by 2 furlong to go. Golden Dragon trying to wander off the rail with a late bid. Silver and Lay is there. Hey Dakota down the center of the track. Down inside, Tiz the Runner's finding stride late. Big Beautiful Wall and Morning Social 16th to go. Golden Dragon surges. Golden Dragon surges to win it. Finishing full of run, the winner by 2 at 12-1. Kazirenka was second. Then it was either Tiz the Runner or Silver and Lay and Hey Dakota.
Not going to get that price very often on Mike Maker trained runners on the grass. Golden Dragon, another win for Ricardo Santana opening day here at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, awesome to see Ricardo get a win on the grass as well. He does a lot of damage on the dirt. A lot of his big races are on the dirt, but let's not forget he won with Got Stormy on the grass, and he's getting the job done here on the grass as well with Golden Dragon.
You thought he'd run well, some positive angles moving in, and the 5-year-old gelding with a 4th lifetime victory, 2 for 3 overall, back to the start of the race. It's like a clean start for all, and another favorite turned away here at Churchill.
Yeah, he just had the look of a horse that was going to be finishing. Has some nice turn of foot, nice pedigree as well. He's a full to Basilica. That filly they claimed and turned into a Grade 1 winner out in California. I believe Jerry Hollendorfer.
Yeah. She might have run second in the Breeders' Cup. Really good mare, Basilica, former claimer. Here, Golden Dragon for Olympia Star Inc., Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana. Santana having a big opening day at Churchill Downs. Golden Dragon, 12-1 at post time, 12-8-4. What's all smiles from Ricardo Santana, feeling it here. Opening day, that colt seemingly always feeling it. The white glazed New York bred Tiz the Law, the Belmont Stakes winner. His quest for a Triple Crown continues in the Derby, 3 to 5 in the morning line on Saturday.
Lady Aurelia down the center in the white and green colors is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
New York breds are New York tough, like Tiz the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
Tiz the Law! He's going to win the Runhappy Travers!
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
Eclipse champion Blame. Ranked among the top stallions of his crop, Blame has sired over 50 stakes horses. His recent top performers include Nadal, a $700,000 juvenile purchase and winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and Shotsky, winner of the Grade 2 Remsen Stakes, plus recent Grade 1 performers Mississippi, Alandra, and Natalma Stakes winner Abscon. Outstanding value, outstanding results. Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Saratoga Live celebrates Kentucky Derby Week, featuring racing action from Saratoga and Churchill Downs. Saratoga Live's highly acclaimed broadcast team will continue to cover Saratoga from all angles, while trainer Tom Amos provides reports and analysis from Churchill. Don't miss a jam-packed week of racing on Saratoga Live. Check your local listings.
My name is Becky Thomas. I am speaking to you on our COVID times in my office in Ocala, Florida. I am the owner-operator of Sequel, New York, located in Hudson, having purchased the farm in 2000, starting operation in 2001. Our farm is 232 acres. We have 6 barns, a sizable stallion complex that is home to several of the leading sires, young sires that are off the market in New York. We are the birthplace of the infamous Tiz the Law. He's the winner of the Belmont Stake, and we look forward to him going all the way. Floyd is the King of New York. He's the leading award owner for our breeders, as well as the leading stallion award earner. Lauban is a stallion that is by Uncle Mo. Hopefully, we are looking forward to this horse being one of the first progeny that lead the way in making Uncle Mo a sire of sires. Sequel stallions measure success by productivity, not just in the sale ring, but on the racetrack. We want to see our New York breds sell for a lot of money, and we want to see our New York breds run for a lot of money and win a lot of money.
Where it all started, Sequel Stallions, Tiz the Law, the strength of New York breeding and development. For more information, go to NewYorkBreds.com. 3 to 5 in the morning line for the Derby, Tiz the Law. Time now for the Michelob Ultra Performer of the afternoon. How about this opening day performance by Ricardo Santana? Golden Dragon, 3rd victory on the afternoon at a price here. Ricardo Santana, your Michelob Ultra Performer of the afternoon. Michelob Ultra, the superior light beer.
Yeah, Ricardo getting back to spent the majority of the summer up here with us at Saratoga, getting back to Churchill where he does so much of his damage. And what better week to do that? He's going to be riding Max Player coming up in the Kentucky
Heating
Derby.
up at just the right time. Ricardo Santana, 3rd trip to the Churchill Winner's Circle on this opening day. Started in race number 2, a ledge for Steve Asmussen. Race 3, the Frosted Colt breaking through, Frosted Player. And here, Golden Dragon emerging victorious and showing more of a knockout punch here. We don't normally see that from Golden Dragon. Only 3 for 26 coming into that one at 12 to 1. Look at the prices.
Yeah, but you know, he's got a nice turn of foot. He was cutting back in distance. Mike Maker had taken some opportunities to put him in some stakes type races, and I think just the relief and the great trip, great ride that he got from Ricardo, saving ground and coming out to the 2-path right there to get the job done. Building that bankroll as we get closer to Oaks and Derby. We turn the page, 9th and final, $20,000 claimers. They are all one for something. Non-winners 2 lifetime, 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older. So that was the perfect segue for jockey Ricardo Santana. As you mentioned, he will be riding Max Player in the Kentucky Derby. First start for Steve Asmussen. Had been in Linda Rice's barn, and 3rd in his last 2 races behind Tiz the Law in the Belmont Stakes and the Runhappy Travers. The one thing, though, post 2, Steve Asmussen had said he wanted an outside post with Max Player. He gets down towards the rail post 2, Jonathan. Yeah, it's not ideal, I think, but for a horse that you would imagine to be doing his best running late, you feel like it's not the worst take back. Hopefully not to get in too much trouble down on the inside. Looking at Lee, I believe, who ran 2nd in the Derby, broke from the 2-hole for
maybe
for
the
Steve
rail.
Asmussen.
Might have been the rail.
Yeah, you might be
looking
right.
at looking
I was
at Lee.
close enough. I was down there.
Down
I was
on
down
the
there.
inside. Hey, a lot of quality here, a lot of ability.
Yeah, it's a horse that you just kind of figured the distances get longer, he's going to have a shot. And the new scenery, not that Linda wasn't going to get the best out of him, but just seeing, a new program for Steve, and obviously this is an important race that Steve wants to win at his home track.
Breezing there, Max Player, 30 to 1 on the morning line for the Kentucky Derby. and his trainer, Steve Asmussen, on how Max Player is heading up to the Derby.
Very happy with how he went over the racetrack. Three works over the surface. Most serious work last Monday. Moving well, very relaxed. Horse very moving, as I said, nicely. I think he's taken to the surface really well, and we're excited about how he's going to run on Saturday. He came into the barn from Linda Rice's in great shape, mentally and physically. The horse has got a very relaxed demeanor, rests well, eats well, very patient approach to training, and he moves really well. And she did a wonderful job with him, and hopefully him acclimating to the surface here at Churchill Downs can make a difference.
Strange things happen in the Derby, right? We've seen some really good favorites defeated over the years, long shots like a Mind That Bird of Giacomo. What would have to happen? Like, how much would Max Player have to step up? How much would Tiz the Law have to regress if we're talking about a Max Player potential upset on Saturday?
Well, I don't want to pick on Max Player, but my answer is for all of them. They're going to all need to take about 5 steps forward, and Tiz the Law is going to need to take about 8 steps back. And that goes for Max Player. It goes for all of them, including Authentic, and in my opinion, even Honor AP. I just think Tiz the Law is way too good for this group. But Max Player does have the type of style that I could see that could be running on late to get a piece underneath in that trifecta and superfecta, which are so coveted.
That's
under,
the key.
Yeah.
Like a 30-to-1 shot you mentioned, looking at Lee, trained by Steve Asmussen, and it being third in the Belmont, third in the Travers. Like, it feels like a must-use at a big price.
Yeah, for sure. He's gonna be finishing, and like you mentioned, Steve Asmussen, he does so well at Churchill, leading us. Winner, has the most wins at Churchill, and obviously he's never won the Derby, but it's still high on his list. I think this horse will run well on Saturday.
It's the one that has eluded Steve Asmussen, the Preakness, the Belmont, 2 second-place finishes, going back to looking at Lee, also Nero, second to Animal Kingdom, I believe, in 2011. We'll see about Max Player and how he'll perform going head-to-head with the likes of Tiz the Law, 3 to 5 in the morning line for Saturday's Kentucky Derby. We go back to Finger Lakes post-parade. Race number 8, and we start with Dublin or Nothing, Dublin filly. Dublin, former Grade 1 hopeful winner.
Yeah, this horse was close to a quick pace last time. That's an angle I like to bet off.
3-to-1 currently, Dublin or Nothing. And this allowance sprint, 5.5 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. Single verse, number 6 is the even money morning light favorite. I don't know that we've seen a favorite cash in, a favorite win, Jonathan, since we sat down between Churchill and Finger Lakes.
It could change here. There's a possibility that could change.
I think we said that before. Fairly certain we said that before. Hard Hat Diva, there she is.
Comes in off a 280-day layoff.
Been a while. Done most of her damage running long. Maybe a prep moving forward. O'Dilly would be a surprise at 12-to-1.
Yeah, it has a little bit of early speed, some pace figure standpoint. Didn't run well last time at a big price, but it is second off a layoff.
Hannah Dances was 9-2 and a daylight winner in her last start here.
Hannah Dances, one word. This horse was wide last time and got the win. This horse is interesting in here as well.
Single verse, even money the favorite by a former horse of the year in Mineshaft.
Missed the break a little bit last time. We saw earlier on the card that exacta with the horses from Saratoga, single verse. Worked and raced last at Saratoga.
Big Sin, another filly coming in off of a win here at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, this horse has some speed, outside speed, which is always dangerous. Hopefully can work out a nice little trip for the Generasios.
And a look at Twice for Honey on the rail, the Blame filly at 8-to-1.
Yeah, second off a layoff, was extremely wide last time. We'll be able to save ground this time.
You'll see the 8th live from Finger Lakes and opening day coverage from Churchill Downs. The nightcap coming up post time in 15 minutes. Stay tuned.
Constitution is best up and coming sire.
He's beautiful, he's well balanced.
He's throwing classic type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
From America's #1 auction company by percentage of Grade 1 winners sold,
including these selected yearling graduates: Bast, Four-Wheel Drive, Honor AP, Perfect Alibi, Rushing Fall, Sharing, Speech, and Tiz the Law, comes an unprecedented showcase of quality. 662 selected yearlings in one extraordinary catalog. The Fasig-Tipton Selected Yearling Showcase, September 9th and 10th, after the Derby in Lexington, Kentucky.
If your Runhappy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs, you shall receive a $100,000 bonus. Remember, win an extra $100,000 in 2020 when your Runhappy 2-year-old wins a maiden special weight at Saratoga, Del Mar, or Kentucky Downs. Be happy and run happy.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. At the gate, don't forget you can get a $25 free play, up to a $200 deposit match with Naira Bets. Bet all the great racing at Churchill, Saratoga this week with promo code Derby25 to earn that free play and deposit match. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com. Get your account ready for the Kentucky Derby on Saturday with promo code Derby25. Filing into the gate. Final thoughts here, JK.
6 if you're okay with taking a short price. If you want something a little bit longer, I think the 7.
Favorites have
Big
been
Sin
struggling.
to the outside. Has some early speed. Nice draw to the outside.
Big Sin.
Big Sin.
On the outside, looking for back-to-back wins. O'Dilly steps forward. Hannah dances. And Louis Perez in the saddle. Tony Kayla with rein to the load and call post-time race 8 live, Finger Lakes.
Kenny McPeak tried this horse 3 straight starts at Ellis Park as a 2-year-old on the dirt. Ran okay in those races. Then raced over the turf and the synthetic racetrack. But I'm pretty sure the horse, the career best effort was in that wash-off race. Should get a good trip along the inside.
Big Sin, the last of the fillies to the outside, ready for the Tuesday nightcap. And there they go, and Single Verse comes away in last. Hannah dances quickly away. She has the top spot from Big Sin. Twice for Honey's up close from third. Dublin or Nothing is also in touch with the pace. She's in the 2-path, currently vying for third. Hard Hat Diva is only 3 lengths off the lead. Single Verse with a quick recovery, getting within 3.5. And O'Dilly is the last of all, and she's in a tight spot against the fence. Hannah Dances has the lead, and the opening quarter is pretty soft. That's good news for Hannah Dances. 23 seconds. Big Sin turns up the pressure. Single Verse has to close into the soft pace and overcome the slow start. Dublin or Nothing has been forwardly positioned throughout. She's in the 2-path, 3 off the lead. Twice for Honey gives way, then with O'Dilly and Hard Hat Diva. Hannah Dances with the advantage. A soft opening quarter, she quickens away. Hannah Dances giving them the slip. Dublin or Nothing trying to come and get her inside the final furlong. Big Sin clings to second. Single Verse just could not overcome all of the issues, and it's Hannah Dances' race from the very beginning, and give her 2 in a row. A gate-to-wire winner of the nightcap. Dublin or Nothing second, Big Sin third, and 4th place to Single Verse.
Hannah dances, making it look all too easy at Finger Lakes, and as Kalo referred to, back-to-back victories here at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, speed is dangerous. We've seen it in almost every race. Being forwardly placed in dirt racing in North America, at Finger Lakes, at Churchill, at Saratoga, there's an advantage being on the front end. And Hannah Dances took advantage of this one, went to the front end, and didn't look back.
Easy win. Hannah Dances, TLC Thoroughbreds, and Conway Jr., the winning trainer. Bre's in the saddle. Have those results for you shortly. Hannah Dances back at Churchill Downs. Horses in the paddock for the nightcap. Looking at number 6 here in Fire Marshal Bill in living color, fans. Your thoughts going into this $20,000 claimer non-winners 2 lifetime 6.5 furlong sprint, JK?
Yeah, I was looking for a price here. I thought that the 11 was interesting. Don't need a name. This horse has some problems getting out of the gate, and that has been a real issue for Don't Need a Name. But gets the red-hot Ricardo Santana, who has never been known for having a problem getting him out of the gate. So maybe the switch to Ricardo can help this one get out of there. You can see Ricardo right there at the bottom of the screen with the red cap talking to the connections. I would assume that they're having the conversation about the ability to get this one out of the gate running. If you look at the race 2 back, ran well that day for non-winners of 2, going 7 furlongs. And I feel like that one just has an opportunity to turn the tables here if they can get away from the gate better.
And you're looking at Critic, number 3, 14-1 by Orb, 2013 Kentucky Derby winner in the slop for Shug McGahee, Stuart Janney, Joel Rosario. Orb, he was a buzz horse, Jonathan, that one of those horses, everybody kind of, based on how he was training up into the race, it seemed like everybody you would ask on the backstretch who they liked going into that Kentucky Derby. It was Orb, and coming from off the pace, and Joel Rosario, he unleashes a furious rally, and Orb emerging victorious as the favorite in the 13 Kentucky Derby.
You said everybody, not me.
Many.
I bet Verrazano, who's stopping in the light blue silks. Yeah, Joel Rosario, that was a buzz horse, and the pace was extremely fast. This is the race where Palace Malice, who went on to win the Belmont, ran off with blinkers on, and Mike Smith said that because of the way the track was playing, he was like running like from all like the thunder behind him, and it's why he ran off, and the pace was quick.
Claiborne Orb still looks terrific. Orb, as you mentioned, yeah, Mike Smith said he was literally running scared, was Palace Malice. Orb took full advantage, and the Sire of Critical, we'll see it again in the post-parade. There is a Subliminal Criminal, make the rider, Julien Leperoux, the favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, a half-brother to Rated R Superstar, a nice horse, and very good names.
You picked him at a huge price, at like 70-80-1. Rated R Superstar ran 3rd in a stakes race, I believe, Oaklawn Park. There is Drink at 6-1.
That was the first time we hung out. You remember that, don't you?
Not the first time. I remember everything about
this. This horse got bothered by a loose horse. Drink did last time.
The Orb Colt, Critic.
Yeah, didn't run well in the slop. Didn't run particularly well last time in the slop from a speed figure standpoint like Daddy did.
Number 4, Raphael, just 1 for 12 coming in.
Yeah, this horse comes in off of a layoff. I think this horse is going to need a race.
Scratch number 5, Money for Mischief. Number 6, Fire Marshal Bill at 10-1.
I contemplated doing a Fire Marshal Bill impersonation, and I decided it wouldn't be a good idea.
You still have time.
I don't trust myself.
Plenty of time. Wilfred by Arch.
Did not run well on the dirt last time, but the turf speed figure 2 back could make this guy a player.
22-1 here. Mads.
Has some early speed, and like we've seen, we've been talking about it on this show, getting to the front end, that's how you get 23-1 shots home, is getting loose on the front.
Another outsider, a Bourbon Trail, in the money in 2 of 4 with a victory.
And I thought this horse was interesting on cutting back, showed some early speed last time. It's a big price on the board, something underneath maybe.
Contender, Digital Star, 5-2 for Corey Lannery, who's won, I believe, 17 individual riding titles at Churchill Downs.
That's a lot. Comes in off of a layoff, 0 for 3 off a layoff.
5-2, and then Don't Need a Name. Your top selection.
Yeah, we're going to look at that red cap and those blue silks. When they break from the gate, if you see them, he probably broke slow. So keep an eye on that.
And Satchel to Riches to complete, well, almost complete the field.
Yeah, Mike Maker won the last race on the turf. This one will be on the dirt. Mike Maker can win on any surface.
Not going to let him get away at too big a price this time. Tyler Gafflin on board, 9-2. And then on the outside, just like Richie does, draw in.
0 for 12 at Churchill Downs. just like Richie. I'm sure Richie Migliori's at home watching this one, rooting along.
Yeah, but Calvin Burrell in the saddle, 3-time Kentucky Derby winning pilot, the field for the 9th and final on opening day, Derby week at Churchill Downs. And, of course, Twin Spires, the official wagering partner of the Kentucky Derby, is offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app, visit twinspires.com, sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Great time to get involved. Derby week, the countdown continues. We had to wait 4 more months this year. Now you only have to wait 4 more days until the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Kentucky Derby, results in from Finger Lakes. Hannah Dance's 680 over Dublin North and Big Sin. Big Sin, you liked going in, ran all right.
I did, ran okay. You were right. The favorites haven't been performing on our show today, but Hannah Dance's was bet a little bit, took some money.
Subliminal Criminal is not the favorite, 5-2, a little more money wagered on the 10. Let's go back to his maiden win. This is 2 starts back off the turf on the main track in July at Gulfstream Park.
Yeah, key phrase you said there was off the turf, meaning that most of those horses that were in this race were turf types that decided to stay on the dirt. And usually horses don't run well on both surfaces. Now, it can happen from time to time. Animal Kingdom, a Derby winner who could win on anything. But I just don't like upgrading horses or betting horses off of, open-linked victories against a bunch of turf horses on the dirt.
I hear you. Raphael pictured. Digital Star, another contender, 3-1 tepid favorite, graduated. First career win in his last start. Digital Star, there he is on the far outside closing in.
Yeah, this horse has run at Churchill Downs 3 times and has been in the exacta all 3 times. He's won 1, he's run second twice, and he ran well here today. His speed figures fit. The pace did kind of come back to him a little bit here, but I don't want to knock him for that. My biggest concern is whether or not this horse is going to run well fresh. He's had 3 tries off a layoff and hasn't got a win in any of those tries.
June 25th victory, Digital Star, as you look at number 6, Fire Marshal Bill. Also, we saw the 1 horse in Subliminal Criminal and Julian Leperoux taking over for Brian Hernandez, as discussed earlier in the show. Brian Hernandez, who had tested positive for coronavirus on Monday, and then today, I believe, tested positive for antibodies. Jonathan, so off his mounts this afternoon, Brian Hernandez, and all around just frustrating in terms of Art Collector, who would have been the second choice in the morning line, defecting this morning. But yeah, Brian Hernandez off his mounts, testing positive for coronavirus on Monday and having tested positive for the antibodies as well today.
Yeah, tough luck in both of those situations, obviously. And Art Collector will be running again soon. Didn't seem like it was an overly serious issue.
Preakness still in the cards and the plan moving forward.
Well, that'll be fun.
Would you have given him? I know how high you are on Tiz the Law. Would you have given Art Collector a shot?
I mean, he was the only one that I thought could have beat him. But if Tiz the Law will not get beat by another horse, it will have to be something that, like, if something unfortunate. He breaks slow or has some trouble or something like that. He is not going to get beat if he gets a good trip from the outside, which I suspect that he will. He's going to win.
Have there been? What's the most recent 3-year-old you felt could not lose going into a Kentucky Derby? You were most convinced with it was going to win that didn't?
There hasn't been one. Yeah, I mean, American Pharaoh, I thought was going to win. Justify, I thought was going to win. But the biggest difference is between then and now is that those opinions happened April 28th,
right?
Or April 27th. Now, without any experience of seeing if these horses can handle the 1.25 miles. But what Tiz the Law did right here behind us 4 weeks ago, 5 weeks ago, whatever it was, that was special.
4 weeks. It'll be 4 weeks on once we get to Derby Day.
It was special.
How easy he did it.
It was fast. And he didn't run the last 16th of a mile.
And look, favorites have done so well in the Derby over the last, let's say, 20 years. You had a 20-year sample size from 1980 until 1999 that not one favorite won the Derby, 0 for 20. And horses like Easy Goer, who I think as part of an entry was 3 to 5, either on the morning line or post time, I can't remember. Holy Bull came up empty in the Kentucky Derby, just an off day. Now a more recent sample size from 2000, and it started with Fusaichi Pegasus, right on through last year. In the last 20 years, 10 Kentucky Derby favorites have won the Kentucky Derby, and that does not include Barbaro because of the truckload of money that showed up on Sweet Northern State just before post time. 10 of 20 Kentucky Derby favorites. Like, when did the hardest race to win become the easiest to predict?
I think it's because of the point system. When that came into play, I think that helped quite a bit.
Explain
I think
some of it.
Bodemeister was the last time there wasn't a point system where sprinters, based on their graded stakes earnings, could get into the gate. With the point system now, it's virtually impossible for a quote-unquote sprinter to get into the race and hook a horse on the front end. You got to think favorites are probably horses with tactical speed, and so they get beat by horses that maybe shouldn't have been in the race. Bodemeister is a poster child for that.
Yeah, the horses stopping with the traffic issues and causing horses in many years in the Derby. They're all set. Travis Stone with the call, 9th and final opening day from Churchill.
And they're off. Just like Richie toward the outside, broke out well, but is pulled back off the pace. Critic is racing for the lead. Here's Critic in front early on. Satchel to Riches on the outside, and right between them, Fire Marshal Bill. Those three right across the track down the backstretch run. Drink comes away 4th and inside. Raphael's racing in 5th in the early stages. Mads comes away 6th, just ahead of Wilfred, who's down inside, advancing from 7th. Subliminal Criminal is 8th and down inside. Bourbon Trail's racing in 9th. Don't Need a Name moving up from 10th. Digital Stars all the way back at 11th. And just like Richie is the trailer, moving for the far turn. And Critic's in front. Critic the leader by half a length with 3 furlongs to go. Fire Marshal Bill is right there. So too Satchel to Riches on the outside. Drink is set to strike. The quarter was 22-2. Farther back in the field, Wilfred is 5th and within striking range. The rest have to get going as they come for the top of the stretch. Critic is turning for home, still in control. Critic the leader. Satchel to Riches is coming on boldly. Here's Satchel to Riches. Shifted inward just a bit. Fire Marshal Bill in tight. Then it's Drink and Wilfred down to the final 16th. Satchel to Riches has taken over and has taken off for the wire. Satchel to Riches clear by 4 down to the end, and it will be Satchel to Riches to do it. Fire Marshal Bill 2nd. Critic was 3rd. Tight for 4th. Drink or Subliminal Criminal.
Competitive race on paper, and Satchel to Riches makes it look easy with a victory there for Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffley on the winning pilot.
Yeah, this horse ran at Mountaineer a couple of races back and got the job done. The speed figure was fair enough that day. Then got 2nd in the mud, tried the turf. Maker's trying to do whatever he can with this horse, and he finally found a home on the dirt, gets the job done, got a nice outside stalking trip. That trip does so well at Churchill Downs, and if you're a Tiz the Law fan, you hope the racetrack stays just like that.
Go back to the start. What'd you see from Don't Need to Name your top pick going in? Just a step slow?
Yeah, just hopped up in the air a little bit there. It was last away from there. You'll see that red cap and those blue silks last. That's where I needed him to not be in order to get to turn the tables.
That's not a fun feeling.
It happens. But that's why you get the price. The horse doesn't break from the gate. And if and when the horse ever figures out to break from the gate a little bit better, maybe finds a little bit of class relief, get the job done at a big price. So that's why you take notes and add them to your virtual stables, things like that.
Gaffleone coming off a big meet here at Saratoga. Riding titles earlier this season. Keeneland and Churchill Downs, some Grade 1 wins, and we have an objection. Not sure who exactly it involves. 12-6-3 for now. What'd you see, JK?
It's not what I saw. I thought I heard Travis Stone, the track announcer at Churchill, say that he shifted in a little bit. So I'm assuming that somewhere in the stretch, Satchel to Riches maybe took a little bit of a left turn and possibly interfered with Fire Marshal Bill or Critic.
Still waiting for an impersonation, Fire Marshal Bill. We going to see it? No? Nothing? Another look at the stretch. Satchel to Riches. Bright green colors. Fire Marshal Bill to his inside. He does shift in.
Yeah.
You'd like to see a head on.
And the thing is he bumped the 6 and the 6 bumped the 3. Now, in these rules, one of the rules that when you're looking at these if a foul is a foul situation is, did it cost a horse a placing? Did that cost the 6 or the 3 a placing? That is a decision the stewards will have to make.
Doesn't that aid Satchel to Riches' cause, the fact that Fire Marshal Bill did run 2nd? If he runs 3rd, maybe there's something to sweat, as he clearly the best horse in the afternoon was Satchel to Riches, and Tyler Gaffley on the phone with the stewards, and he'll plead his case.
Yeah. Little phone call there.
What do you think there'd be more to be concerned with if, say, Critic would have finished in front of Fire Marshal Bill?
Yes, I think that would have made a bigger difference. He did come over a little bit. He did bump him. We'll see.
Another
we'll
look.
see. Now, remember, you also have to keep in mind that we've spent the entire summer watching the stewards here at Saratoga make decisions. Those are different stewards that have different rules.
We just saw the head-on, and you were seeing what the stewards are looking at Churchill Downs. This is exactly what the stewards are looking at Churchill Downs. I don't think this is very much, Jonathan.
No, he comes over a little bit, but he was already kind of past them a little. It's tricky.
Slight bump.
He barely came out of his path. Something tells me that Morales is not telling him that he wasn't affected.
Yeah, imagining the stewards here, two very, very different stories, and understandably so. Another look. Eventual winner on the outside, Satchel to Riches, Fire Marshal Bill. I don't know. I don't see.
I'm not sure Fire Marshal Bill
didn't
lean a little bit to the right himself. Yeah, if you see what path he's in now, try to find his. Just look at his feet and where they are on the ground with those tractor marks.
Slight bump, no change. Stewards have announced no change. Satchel to Riches 12-6-3-2-1.
Tyler took a souvenir. He's got his Naira Betts mask on.
Nice, Tyler. Victory there, and he does have a mount in the Kentucky Derby, picking up the call on South Bend. Tyler Gaffalione there, and Bill Mott. It's easy to forget. Mott trying to go back-to-back, having won last year with a disqualification.
He is. He's trying to go back-to-back, and I'm sure that he still counts the first one.
Of course. 50-1, huge price. Last year following the disqualification of Maximum Security. So much more on the Kentucky Derby as we march forward, the 146th edition. So what is it like riding a Belmont Stakes winning, Travers winning, heavy favorite for the Kentucky Derby, 3-5 on the morning line? You might think this is another story about Tiz the Law's jockey, Manny Franco. It's not.
When Heather Smullen gets a leg up on the country's leading 3-year-old Tiz the Law, he knows it's game time. Barkley Tag trains, and Aunt Robin Smullen is the second in command. But when Heather arrives, it means business. Tiz the Law will be going full speed.
The one difference between him and all the other horses that I've ridden, they're all very good horses, and they're each different. They each have their own attributes. The most impressive thing about him is his turn of foot. Most horses take a 16th to an 1/8 of a mile to get rolling. They don't have a fast turn of foot. His acceleration is just immediate. It doesn't take 4 or 5 strides to get into going. It's gone. I worked him a few times in Florida. They sent him up to Belmont. Manny worked him twice up at Belmont, but he was just ready. I mean, they could have left it at 1.5 miles and it wouldn't have fazed the horse at all.
But it is Tiz the Law, and the New York bred is going to win New York's Belmont Stakes.
First work back, like I said, Manny worked him the last 2 works before the Belmont, and the first work back I got on him up here, I said, wow, he's an older horse. He went from a 3-year-old to what feels like a 4-year-old or later in their 3-year-old year when they start developing. That's what he felt like. So the races seemed to move him forward.
It's Tiz the Law. He won the Belmont Stakes. He's going to win the Runhappy Travers, and now it's on to Kentucky as the favorite in the Derby. Here he is, Saratoga's hometown hero.
I came up here, I want to say, to visit Robin and Barkley when I was 15, and I'm like, this place is amazing. I really like Saratoga. It's old, it's historical, it's just beautiful. I went to work for Barkley and Robin as their assistant in probably about 2003, around the same time they had Funny Side. They know what they want done. I tell them what I feel. There's feedback. It works out great, and they do an amazing job with it. If you're going to show up and do this every day of your life, you do it for horses like this. You know, I mean, you do it for the horses because you love them. But then when you're rewarded with a horse like this, it makes it all come together and worthwhile. And Robin and Barkley definitely deserve it.
A huge part of that team, Heather Smullen, the colors In the Travers Canoe, the Runhappy Travers Canoe, Tiz the Law. We've seen those colors in the Kentucky Derby Winner's Circle. Funny Side 2003. Tiz the Law. Another look at the field. Again, the lowest price in the first 15 stalls. 15-1. Bob Baffert's 1,000 Words. All the contention towards the outside. Honor AP. Tiz the Law 3-5. Authentic at 8-1. And Tiz the Law coming in. What's scary and what Heather Smallin just mentioned, there was maybe a thought that he's a horse that needs a little bit more time in between races during his campaign, Jonathan. 7 weeks to 11 weeks to 12 weeks in between races. She says he gets better with more racing. Maybe that negates any concerns about the 2 races at a 1.25 miles in 4 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, most of his splits between his races have, like you mentioned, been in the 50 to 40 day range, and he'll be coming back in 28 days. But he did it so easily in the Travers, and he never even really asked him. He just kind of did that on his own. So I just feel like he's going to be tighter. He's going to be sharper. We see horses all the time come back in 2 weeks when it comes to the Derby and the Preakness. I'm just not concerned at all about the time.
So, and we do have the results in from Churchill Downs in their 9th and final here on opening day. We'll take a look at those. Satchel de Riches, 10-20. He ran fast, but he did it so easily. Those who might believe in that theory of horses running really fast, regressing in their next start, how much do you take into account, if you subscribe to that theory, how easily the horse happened to win?
Yeah, I think that the bounce theory comes into... I'm not a big bounce theory guy anyways, first of all, but I think the bounce theory is more for like Serengeti Empress types who's going to be running in the Derby City distaff, and after what she did in the Ballerina, going so hard and running so fast and just kind of laying it out there and then having to come back and run again, I think there's a concern for a bounce. But when we talked about, when you watch that replay of what Tiz the Law did, Manny was done riding him at the 16th pole.
He was celebrating at the 16th pole.
He put the stick away at the 16th pole, and the horse just galloped home. He was not asked for his best.
After the draw, it's getting harder and harder and harder to find any potential vulnerabilities for Tiz the Law, and for that reason, 3-5 on the morning line. But it is a horse race. As we mentioned, strange things happen in the Kentucky Derby, and King Guillermo, the biggest win of his career, at a massive price and a big upset, and training up to the Kentucky Derby, has not raced since the Arkansas Derby on what was supposed to be Derby Day, the first Saturday in May.
Yeah, he looks loaded there working at Churchill, and he's 126-day layoff. Hasn't been done in like 90-something years.
What kind of a chance do you give him to hit the board? How much does all the time off? I don't know if it does bother you, but how much does it bother you?
It's one of those deals. You don't have a lot of history to go on horses coming into the Derby off of that long of a layoff. Now, he's fresh? Yeah, of course. So he shouldn't be tired, but is he fit? And that's the question you have to figure out. Based on his last work, or maybe it was the work 2 back, it was pretty impressive. I think he'll be a buzz horse, and a horse people are going to be using underneath.
Training very well, owned by 5-time Major League All-Star Victor Martinez, named after his late father. And then Honor AP, he was considered maybe the second best 3-year-old in North America. Honor AP, and then defeated in the Shared Belief at a very short price, but built to thrive. Expectations are that you will see the best Honor AP has to offer at a 1.25 miles.
Yeah, no offense to the Shared Belief, but I don't think John Sheriffs was like, we got to win this one. This is the big one. We got to win the Shared Belief. I think that he wanted to run well in the Shared Belief as a prep leading into this race. And remember, John Sheriffs was, I believe, 4th with Giacomo in that Santa Anita Derby.
Santa Anita Derby, 4th.
Comes back and wins. It was a prep for that race, and I think Honor AP will run much better than he did last time.
Frank Mirmati, you heard him earlier on the show, loves Honor AP going in. What would have to happen, and in terms of that particular post position, Authentic with the speed, Tiz the Law with the speed, they're quicker than Honor AP earlier. How many concern about where he'll be situated going into the first turn?
No, he's got a Hall of Fame rider, and they'll break away from there, and his biggest concern is hoping that someone goes with Authentic to make the pace honest enough. Tiz the Law should be forwardly placed, and then Michael just take his time, sliding over, trying to get to the 2 or the 3 path going into that first turn. You got a long run to the first turn. Shouldn't be a problem at all.
If you want like the perfect, the textbook example of how to ride a horse from a far outside post position and save ground, watch Jarrell Rosario on Practical Joke a few years back. It was perfection. New York traffic just missed in the Haskell, closing in on Authentic. It's a question of whether you believe Authentic just lost his focus, New York traffic, a couple more jumps, and he would have been there.
Yes, he would have been there, and I think that people might look at that performance and be like, oh, more ground, maybe he'd turn the tables. I'm not a fan of New York traffic in this race to get involved. There's a lot of other horses that are interesting to get underneath. 1,000 Words is one of the ones I'll be keying for sure underneath, but I'm not a believer in New York traffic on the mile and a quarter.
3-5 Tiz the Law. What do you think the price is when he finally files into the gate?
Yeah, I think he'll be odds on. I thought he was going to be odds on with Art Collector in, and I think he'll definitely be odds on here. The story behind him, he's already won the Belmont, he's already won the Travers. When the fans come out, they're going to be betting on Tiz the Law.
Mike Battaglia, who makes the morning line for the Kentucky Derby, has been doing so for decades, said he would have been 4-5 with Art Collector in the race. The defection, Tiz the Law, 3-5 on the morning line. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Opening day, Churchill Downs. How about Rise the Guy in the feature earlier today in race number 4, taking down that Champions Day Marathon Overnight Stakes. Rise the Guy in the opening day feature, and the big filly, Gamine, even money for the Kentucky Oaks. Tiz the Law, the White Blaze New York bred. His quest for Triple Crown continues. 3-5 for the Kentucky Derby, just 4 days away.
As the world faces unprecedented challenges, our faith and resolve have been challenged like never before. But tough times never last, tough people do. Thanks to all the fans, the backstretch workers, trainers, owners, breeders, veterinarians, and countless others behind the scenes. We are inspired daily by your commitment, and we applaud your passion for this great sport. Together we'll rise above this, and soon we will all run happy again.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.